It's a magnificent Sunday that continues in Mollymook on the south coast of New South Wales for the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour, the Future Series event, and we are down to the pointy end of proceedings. It is time for the medal matches. We're going to start off with the bronze. Good afternoon, welcome back. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far. Big thanks to Damien Watson for taking us through the semi-finals. Sam Hargraves is my name. Max Gura is still here. Max, what a fantastic few days it's been, and now we're set for bronze medal matches. And I've got to say, a bit of a surprise again. We've got the men's first, then the women's. We'll speak about the women's in just a moment, but it's been sensational, the action so far. A wonderful event, this Future Series. The season off in earnest in an Olympic year, and we are all set for some thrilling medal matches, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's been a great start to today. You know, we had the semi-finals, and especially in the women's side, both games going to 3. So it could have gone either way, and potentially against the flow of momentum that we thought at the time. But it's going to come up to be really good games there. But on the men's side, we've got a repeat of the Australian Beach Pro Tour event last weekend in Mollymook as well. For the gold medal match, and then we've got Thailand and USA going up against each other in the bronze medal match, which we're about to see.
So 52 teams that we started out with, and now we are down to the final 8, men's and women's combined. This tour event, the Beach Pro Tour Futures event, it plays a key role in providing opportunities for up-and-coming teams. It's a stepping stone to the challenge level events before the Elite 16s, and a chance for cities and towns like Mollymook to show themselves on the world stage. And these are the teams on the men's side of the draw that showed themselves on the world stage. The number 2 seeds, Carraher and Nicolaides, will take on the fellow Aussies Burnett and Pearce in the gold medal match, a replay of the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour gold medal match in Mollymook just last Sunday. But we are here for the brand new Watchiwirrit and Hoppy and Shaw encounter, and that is how they got there. Any surprises given that this team from Thailand ranked 11th or seeded 11th coming in, 236th in the world, and Hoppy and Shaw, Jordan and Jake, were the 10th seed coming into this match. They've taken down some high-fancied opponents on the way to a bronze medal match. Max?
When Banyu and Watchiwirrit, only 3 tournaments into their partnership together, and Banyu's been on the World Tour and Asian Tour for quite a while now, so he's no stranger to the tournaments here. But then on the American side with Hoppy and Shaw, it's always kind of the case that we have with American teams, that they're usually making their debut onto World Tour a little bit later on in life, just because of college, and then usually breaking into AVP first. And that's why we're seeing Shaw making his debut on the World Volleyball World Beach Tour at 29 years old.
All right, so this team from Thailand, what a performance from them to get through to a bronze medal match. They went down to the number 1 seeds in Isaac Carraher and Mark Nicolaides in their semi-final, and Watchiwirrit's been good enough to spend a little bit of time with our very own Greek jury.
Watchiwirrit, congratulations on the bronze medal game, mate. Coming into this game, you must be excited to have the opportunity to take home a medal.
Pardon?
So a medal, you're excited about the medal opportunity?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, great, mate. Now, the sand is different to Pattaya. Like, what's the difference that you feel? Deeper?
Yeah, absolutely, yes. Yeah. Depends, very good, and the sand is different, but yeah, right.
Yes, very good. Well, all the best today, mate. Have some fun.
Yeah.
No worries, thank you.
Big thanks to Watchiwirrit for spending some time with us. Obviously, pretty courageous in and of itself for the participants that come from all around the world, and English not the first language, but to be able to step up and have a bit of a chat, and you can see the excitement and the nerves that are there as they get set for a bronze medal encounter. On the other side of the net, the team of James Shaw and Jordan Hoppy from the US, and Greg Jury is with those gents downstairs.
Jordan, bronze medal game. Jordan, you must be excited about this, mate. Now, I know I'm excited about the jump setting that you did in the last game. Are we going to see that again in the bronze medal game?
Oh yeah, definitely. We're gonna lay it all out on the line this game. So we're fired up. We're ready to try to leave home with some hardware.
Excellent. Now you're off to New Zealand next. I hear on the tour, mate. Is there anything after New Zealand?
Right now, we're just gonna try to scoot our way into some challenger qualifiers, and but other than that, maybe some local tournaments. So.
Well, you're off to a great start, mate. All the best in this game.
Thank you so much. Yep.
Big thanks to to the team that's currently ranked 346th in the world. They're the 19th ranked US team. It just goes to show you the depth of beach volleyball in the US of A, Max, when this team with James Shaw and Jordan Hoppy, that's where they find themselves. And it's a really popular sport, as you know, in America.
Yeah, it's a huge sport over there. AVP has always been one of those premier events, and to think that's only a national tour type event to be as big as it is, it's something that the Americans are very lucky that they're able to go and play on.
James Shaw, 29 years of age, 203 centimetres, went to Stanford College. His parents actually coach Stanford University, both the men's and the women's, Carolyn and Don. I'm sure they'll be watching in, and we hope they're enjoying the coverage. It is a sensational day in Mollymook, and pretty similar to last week, Max. Not as prevalent the wind, but still picking up pretty strongly from the water across the sand.
Yeah, and if you were watching the semi-finals as well, you wouldn't have seen any sort of breeze at all for the men's games. The flags were pretty well dead and lying straight down, so it's starting to pick up a little bit now, and so the serves can start to use it.
And the Thailand team being introduced, Wachirawit out there, 21 years of age, and Banyu joins him at 27 years of age and 192 centimetres. And we'll welcome in the team from the US. Jordan Hoppy, 26 years of age, Concordia College from Irvine, California. Team from the US got beaten by Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce in a really hard-fought semi-final. So, Max, you've seen these two teams come through the pool games and then through the final 12 from the semis, and now into a bronze medal encounter. Who's winning and why?
I'm getting my my support behind Hoppy and Shaw here. I think potentially just the play of the Americans might just be a little bit too big for the Thai team here.
They've certainly got the size advantage, and they use it to great effect with the opening couple of blocks. Jordan Hoppy showing he's got plenty of those. Hops, that is. And they get the opening points of this bronze medal match. Jordan to serve. Got that up off its toenails, but again, rock solid defense. Almost a SWAT basketball block style from James Shaw to seal their second point of this first set.
Yeah, Shaw just delaying on his block there and then just dunking that ball back off of the low shot there from Banyu.
They get their opening points though. If you can't go through them, go over the top. And Wachirawit to serve. So best of 3 sets. That's gone long on the Wachirawit serve. So best of 3 sets. First to 21, need a 2-point buffer. Just joining us for the first time today and not completely familiar with the rules of beach volleyball. Little piece of the net, well navigated. And again, a little long on the finish from Banyu. Oh, that was vicious. Big swing and a strong finish to make it 5-2 at the change of ends. They change ends after every 7 points, and a nice 3-point buffer.
Not too dissimilar to how we saw the team from Thailand, Banyu and Wachirawit, start their semi-final as well. 2-5 end, going down, making a few errors. It took them a little bit of time to warm up into this into the game there, and as we see a great swing by Bernu down the line there.
Greg Jury, you've seen the first change of ends at sand level. How's this playing out to your eye?
Yeah, you've got to impress with James's throwdown on that third hit of the game, which I think intimidated the Thai guys significantly. But look, they'll get this back, the Thai guys. They're fighters. They really do show that character well in that last game that we saw them play. So, look, I think when it comes to control and a bit more experience, you're leaning towards the USA guys.
3-point advantage at the moment, but they give a free point back with the error on serve. And they make it 6-4, so Thailand hanging in. Bernu to serve, but he gives that free point straight back with an error of his own. And a 3-point margin re-established for the US. Jordan Hoppy to serve. Well, they're just trading errors on serve at the moment. And they're coach killers, Max.
All 4 players on the court now have a service error each here.
Wachirawit, deep serve. The net helping out. So just a couple of mistakes coming in. James Shaw, the guilty party on this occasion. 7-5. The US over Thailand. First of the bronze medal matches today. Wachirawit to serve. Gets up high and gets it deep, and a nice dip too. It's a lovely touch from Jordan Hoppy. After stringing a couple of points together with some help from their US opponents, they're back on serve now, Team USA, and in the lead by 2. Shaw on serve and then straight into the net. Very clever, bit of deft touch of his own from Bernu. Just returning the favour from the preceding point.
And this is exactly what we saw in this semi-final as well. Taking a little bit to get going, and then Bernu's just little deft touches and knuckles around the block as we see a massive 2-ball swing there by Shaw, just down, not being able to touch at all by the defence of Thailand.
That was a big swing. Greg Jury pretty emphatic. It was a statement spike on that occasion from James Shaw.
Yeah, absolutely. James, when he gets it right, he is unstoppable. He's hitting it pretty much at top of the antenna height, which is extremely hard to defend. But you do got to love the control from his partner, Jordan, when he's setting control is right on the money in the start of this game.
Little help from the net. Makes it a tricky proposition for Wachirawit. And the biggest lead of the set so far now for the US. 4 points, 11-7. Jordan Hoppy to serve, the younger of the team at the moment. He's still actually ranked higher with his previous partner in terms of the world rankings at the moment, Max. But this team is a newly formed team, so to get to a bronze medal match in the first Futures event of the year is a big tick for them as they give away one on serve.
Not a hard thing to do with being their first tournament together, to have this other one a little bit higher. But that being said, Hoppy has only played the 3 tournaments himself as well, so they are both fresh into it either way, with Shaw being his first tournament at all. And as they were saying pre-game, they're off to Mount Maunganui, next weekend for another Futures event, and then looking for, trying to sneak into a few qualifying tournaments for challenger events.
Yeah, that's just clever, smart play from Wachirawit. And that's really playing to your strengths. They know that there's a distinct height advantage against them. So what does that mean that they need to do, Max, to be able to get this game on their terms? And certainly the first step in that is knowing where your strengths lie and knowing what you can and can't do on the sand.
Well, just like that with Wachirawit, just going on that 2-ball and dropping that short little knuckle in, it's something that's a little bit different and not quite the standard game style that the Americans might be used to playing against. And with Banyu, we're seeing his side outs that have been successful when he's going out and then also going up with the slower pace shots or the knuckles as well. Try and get that into the game before then opening back up into their hard cross hits as well.
So timeout taken. Three-point lead to Team USA. Technical timeouts occur. Oh, what about the angle going against the flow, cutting it back? That is a finish and a half, and highlight reel stuff from Jordan Hoppe.
Just a long stretch. Jump set behind there as well from Shaw.
And again, the cat and mouse continues. Again, knowing they can't go through, but they'll just go over the top. It's all touch and timing at the moment, and they're hanging in. Just 3 points the margin. Steel trap reflexes from Witt. Can he finish this off? Just couldn't get the loft. And on the second invitation, James Shaw finishes it in emphatic fashion. 14-10, equal biggest lead of the set.
Some great control off of that tomahawk as well. Hands, contacting that above his head to be able to control that enough to put it right on top of Hoppe's head.
Oh, again, smarts. Open sand and an open invitation, which Banyu accepts. Lead back to 3. They answer back pretty quickly to re-establish that 4-point advantage. Hoppe and Shaw now 15-11.
A nice easy swing for Shaw in the end there. Plenty of space down that line to hit, and doesn't use all of his power at all on that.
Hoppe leaps into the serve and it cannons into the forearms of Banyu.
And then Banyu just using the outstretched fingers of Shaw there. Shaw not able to get all the way around it to throw that back down.
Yeah, lovely placement. Seeing the opening, seizing the opening, re-establishing the 4-point buffer. And at 28 combined points, we change ends. Haven't quite been able to close it out. They're still right in this set. There's only one ranking spot separating these two in the seedings. They knocked off higher seeded opponents to get to this bronze medal encounter. Back within 3. Banyu on the serve. That's all placement there from Jordan Hoppe. Just sent Banyu the wrong way. Waited for him to go. And then picked his path.
Hoppe's out there looking like he's just emulating how the Thailand team both want to play, with getting up high and just using short little knuckles. A bit of miscommunication, it looks like, from Thailand there.
Oh, wow. To recover in that fashion, Banyu with the big block and stop. It would have put them out to 5 points if that had gone the way it was with the missed dig. And as you say, the miscommunication of where he wanted his hitter to be. But they've recovered well to stay in the set. It's making it tougher now. 18-14, up by 4. Heavy swing from James Shaw.
At the moment, it's just looking like Shaw and Hoppe are just out there just taking care of business and going back, win a couple defensive points. If they can, then just side out, turn around straight away. There's a great little side out there by Banyu. Just again, just going the knuckle high over the line.
Yeah, the knuckle's been their friend in this set. Kept them right in the mix of it. Banyu to serve. Hoppy looking for the finish, and finish he does. Picks the gap in between the two opponents and puts them 4 points in front. That's a big ask here for Banyu and Wachirawit. Hoppy up into the serve. They need to score here, and they do. They don't have an answer at the moment for that. They keep providing a little avenue, and the team from Thailand continue to be able to find a way to step into it. 19-16 at the change of ends, Max. It's an arm wrestle.
Yeah, both teams at the moment not really looking like they have an answer for each other at the moment. USA got their run at the start, and then since then it's kind of just looking like it's been going point for point, for the last couple of ends on side out.
Oh, that was with out-and-out authority from James Shaw. Almost buried that ball in the sand. And they set up set point. Oh, and that just finds its way into the corner. They claw one back.
Just a perfect shot down the line there by Wachirawit. Out of reach by the block of Shaw and just perfectly into the corner as well.
Got two more up their sleeve. And that did land. It just caught a little piece of the tape, and the first set goes to the team from USA. 21-17. A little query at the end, but a strong, strong opening set from the number 10 seeds, Max.
Yeah, we saw Greg Jury ask Hoppy at the start of the game, are we going to get some of these jump sets coming in? And he promised us that there would be some. We've seen a few there. We had the jump set on that last point, and Shaw just hit that one through the net enough to be able to slow it down and find some sideline to tag.
They got out to an early advantage in this set, and despite their best efforts, Team Thailand were just really unable to get back on even terms. They maintained that buffer all the way through the set. It never got out over 4 points, and that's the margin in the end for set one. So Thailand need to win this second set to send it into a decider. As we look at the highlights of the first, and we're ready to go in the second. Hoppy to serve, and he sends it wide. I know, that's the highlights continuing.
And
how well am I going, Max?
It sounds kind of boring in a way, but that's all that you need to do. Once you have that lead, and it might be early on that you've got that lead, after that, you don't have to go out and do anything too spectacular. You're not having to try and force yourself into winning defensive points. All you have to do is go back and side out. And if you're siding out first time, every time like the US team did, it doesn't matter if the lead doesn't grow. You already had that 4 point lead.
Here we go. Starting out the second set, and that's the last thing they would have wanted, is to give away the opening point on serve. Banyu and Wachirawit facing a must-win set here. And they trail straight away, 1-0. Hoppy leaps into his serve. Banyu went power over placement on this occasion. It was well handled by Hoppy. Oh, twice in a row, Hoppy's kept this set going, and it's only fitting that he finishes it. The point, rather, not the set. 2-0 USA.
A beautiful set there as well by Shaw to get there, no time at all, and just perfectly clean hands up for just a beautiful little knuckle there by Hoppy.
First points for Thailand, 2-1. Now they get a chance to level it up on serve. Banyu, the server. Good dig to keep it going from Chirawit, and he just couldn't get that up and over. He leapt up off balance, Max, and it did affect the spike in the end, and he spears it into the net. 3-1 USA.
Yeah, we haven't seen it happen too much in this game so far with Chirawit, but if you're watching in the semi-final, you saw him get off balance a fair bit, and you know, when we saw him get off balance, he was hitting a lot of errors, and so it's something that's really got to be a focus for him and Banyu, is that he's got to be in rhythm on that attack. As we see, pretty large net touch there by Shaw. Did a great job getting in the way and putting up some great blocks, and then just getting a little bit too happy and greedy on that play.
Little overzealous. Thailand back with the serve. Chance to get it back on even terms. Geez, he gets a real dip on that serve with Chirawit. Desperate lunge, keeps it up, and then he gets it down on the angle. 3-all. Geez, there's real power in that Chirawit serve, isn't there? Oh, Banyu then just sends it back from whence it came. Not bringing it in here, he says. And they lead for the first time. 4-3, the first lead they've had in this bronze medal match so far at the change of ends. Greek jury, that's positive signs for Team Thailand here, keeping this one alive.
Yeah, look, absolutely. What we're seeing is what Max alluded to earlier, that the USA guys are siding out so consistently, and the Thai guys have had enough of this, and they're serving tough and really going for their serves, putting some pressure on their passing, and you're seeing a difference in the momentum a little bit.
I think it's just a second event as Hoppy and Shaw level it up at 4-all, so the lead is short-lived. That Chirawit and Banyu have played together too, Max, a relatively new team. They played one of the World Tour events last year in Wenzhou, Canyon. Came 9th.
And before that, they played in Chiang Mai, a challenger event in the qualifying tournament. Weren't able to get out of there. So, as you said, both very fresh into it. And, you know, Banyu's got a lot of experience in himself, though. You know, he's played 26 tournaments, you know, on the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour.
Handy 2-point buffer established by Hoppy and Shaw in pretty quick time after coughing up the lead for the first time in this bronze medal encounter. 6-4, Hoppy into the serve. Chirawit's desperate lunge kept this going, but not for too long, as it's pounded down from James Shaw, and he makes it 7-4.
So we're in the position again where they've got that 3-point lead, and you know, from here, all they're going to have to do realistically is just continue to, you know, side out each time, and you know, that difference will be enough with the service area into net there.
The lead now just 2 points. Banyu to serve. Just haven't really been able to string any more than a couple of points together at a time. But if they can get on a run, get a lead back, it won't happen here. Back out to 3 points. Just guiding that one down on this occasion, James Shaw, showing us his versatility.
Yeah, just a great cut shot as well, just over that shoulder. Chirawit had no chance in that, but then Chirawit just unleashes.
Does he ever?
Slingshot.
That was crushed by the shortest man on the sand, but watch him get up here. Bang.
Just a little bit annoyed at the net to get in the way of that hit. You could think if it's just a little bit higher, that could have come off with some ferocity off the sand.
21 years of age, now he serves here. He gets real sharp, vicious dip again. Unable to handle that one was James Shaw, and the lead is just 1 point now. Big couple of points for Chirawit. Oh, just didn't hang up long enough for Banyu to be able to get a hand to it. And the 2-point run comes to an end. Team USA back in front by a couple.
I think Banyu just choosing not to also potentially knee his partner in the face. I think the only way he was going to be able to get to that was to dive right over the top of him.
Very hospitable of him. Oh, rock solid. The defence at the net, but it falls on the wrong side from James Shaw. So 1-point lead.
He was there for the swap block. And let's see how it happened. Oh, just misses it slightly and knocks it back down on his side of the net.
Oh, how did he get that back up? James Shaw. Oh, lovely touch again from Banyu. 9-all now. They're back on even terms, trailing by a set, looking to send this to a third. Beautiful shot in the background as the waves roll in at Mollymook. Plenty of people in the water today. Oh, gets through the defence of Banyu and gets it to fall as Jordan Hoppe. Lead re-established for the Americans, 10-9. Greg Jury, they just can't quite seem to get any more than a couple of points together in a row. The team from Thailand, anytime they mount the counter-attack, Team USA seems to have the answers.
Well, Cherowit's the one with the jump serve. If he gets that going like he did in a little bit in the start of this second set, you're going to start to see a change in momentum. It's this right now that he needs to do very, very well.
Took a little touch on the net. Oh, that is spanked from Jordan Hoppe. 11-10. Timeout at 21 combined points.
Much better position for the team from Thailand to be in going into this technical timeout. Only trailing by the 1 point here, 10-11. And they've been playing well, you know, a lot better in comparison to that first. And as Greg said, you know, if Wachirowit can find that serve, you know, he had that one really nice ace earlier, you know, down through the middle against Shaw. If he can really find that and keep up that pressure on the Americans, that's where they can find a couple of these cheap little easy points.
Bit of maintenance done to the court. We're ready to go again. You can hear Team USA just trying to pump each other up. They found it really hard to shake this Thai combination, to their credit. Hoppe on serve. Banyu out of court, but not out of the point, although they are now diving forward to get a couple of knuckles on that was Jordan Hoppe.
Just a little bit of a cheeky play there by Jordan Hoppe, you know, absolutely committing to just the one ball over there, getting the hands together, redirecting, and then follows up with that service error into the net.
You spoke about the fact that that wind was picked up for the first time today, and I reckon that has been the saving grace there for Jordan Hoppe. That was looking out for all money. Greg, just to you, how are the conditions? Last week we saw the wind absolutely whipping in off the water, but today it's taken a while for it to announce its presence.
Well, it's still blowing at about 10 kilometres an hour. It's still quite light. This is just perfect beach volleyball conditions. I mean, the sun's at about, you know, not really that hot. It's 24 degrees, and you've got this cool sea breeze blowing in. I just can't think of a better place to be honest.
Oh, and they are absolutely tied up here. 12-all. That's 13-12, buried by James Shaw. That's the last thing they want this team from Thailand to keep, for him to get open looks in that situation. You might as well pencil it in the moment he gets a big swing at it like that, Max.
Yeah, I think Thailand need to make sure that they keep going on Hoppe. You know, Hoppe does still get up there, but I think if they're getting these serves going onto Shaw and he gets that sort of, you know, set and attack, he's just going to be too high and above this Thai team, and you know, Banyu's not going to have as much of an effect on him. And as I say that, they get a good defensive play and win the point.
Yeah, look at the angle being created there from Wachirawit. So not quite following the advice of Max Guru, but it's still sound advice, Max. I know exactly what you're saying. If you're setting up James Shaw for a big swing, it finds sand and it finds it in quick time. Did that land? No, just long. Would not have missed the tape by much. At the change of ends, 14 all. Let's just have a look at this.
Would have been very close there for sure, but we're tied up. It's 14 all. Which team's going to blink first? That's, you know, the interesting one here. You know, Thailand have been a lot stronger and a lot more consistent in this set here.
Game of chicken at the moment. Gee, that's a great dig to get that angle up, to keep that point alive and create the opportunity. And Wachirawit closes it out and gives his team the lead at 15-14 at a pivotal time in this second set. Can they frank it though? Danu the serve. They targeted Shaw, and this is what happens when you do. Oh, he didn't go for power, he went for placement, and Wachirawit was all over it. Couple of bites at the cherry for Shaw. Oh, they're foxing. Not buying what they're selling though, the Thai team. Oh, desperately unlucky for Wachirawit. Had open sand and the net had other ideas. Point of the match though so far. What a rally that was, Max.
Wachirawit just trying to find that cut shot right at the end and just not able to get enough on it. But I think you had Hoppy right there on it, so he wasn't going to find sand, and just a little bit of miscommunication in the point earlier with the jump setting on the American side.
15 all, double touch called, I think. So Thailand, oh no, hang on, change of decision, was it?
Yeah, so
initially signalled to Team Thailand, but now the point's gone to the Americans. Are we just waiting on a ruling for that?
I think it has gone to the Thai.
There we
team
go.
there.
It did.
Just both players just taking their time just to clean off their sunglasses. You know, take a mini fake timeout.
So they have never gone in front by more than a point. This team from Thailand. This is the man they want on serve. Look at the dip that it gets. Well handled by Shaw, and he gets a chance to send it, and he is denied by Banyu. Biggest lead they've had, 17-15, and what a time to have it.
You can see there that, you know, Shaw just waiting for a little bit too long, and, you know, the ball just dropping a little bit too low, and then that was really the only hit that he had.
Just a reflex fist from Hoppy. Got enough on it. Same again from Wachirawit. Banyu covering a lot of territory to get there. Oh, they're playing inspired beach volleyball at the moment. Thailand go up by 3, 18-15. They've got the Americans backpedaling. They're being made to scramble in amongst the points at the moment, so they're not getting them cleanly as they did in the first set, Max, to my eye. What about to yours?
It's just looking like, you know, Shaw's attack at the moment in the last few points that have gone Thailand's way just hasn't quite been in rhythm. You know, either the set just going a little bit further out, or Shaw just going away from what I think is his best attack, and then that's just a tough serve. You know, for that to be shooting back off of the pass that tight to the net, you know, looks like Hoppy just kind of throws a knuckle at it, but it's kind of tough. There's not a huge amount else that he can really do at that with how fast that was heading towards the net.
4 points in a row Thailand have been able to win to set up this 4-point advantage. And serving for a set point to send it to a third. Oh, that's just a complete misfire from James Shaw, and it sets up set point. And they've got 5 of them. They change ends with a real spring in their step, the number 11 seeds. Seems like he's in two minds of what he wants to do. James Shaw, he's tried placement, then he went back to power and just didn't get the timing right. He gets an opportunity here. Oh, fired it straight at the man, but there is a net touch.
Banyu just getting a little bit too close and collecting a little bit of the net there, but you know, Shaw just absolutely unleashed on that hit, and Wichuru just sat right in it, copped it, no big deal.
Serving to stay in the set. Instead, gives the set to the Thailand team of Banyu and Wichuru. Fantastic fight back. They trailed multiple points of that second set, Max. But when it mattered most, they strung together successive points to send this to a third and decider in the bronze medal match. Highlights here of the second set.
Couldn't separate them till, you know, 14 all, and then all of a sudden, you know, just Thailand slowly just looking like they had it, and then, you know, strung together like 5 points in a row out of that. And it just looked like Shaw just started to lose his way a little bit. You know, there was errors and there was blocks and just great plays by Thailand, but it was kind of like, you know, that real aggressive swing from Wichuru. It just kind of looked like that woke up something in him a little bit, because right after that swing, he went back and served an ace as well. So, you know, will they be able to keep this momentum going, or will USA just kind of wake up a little bit more now and just, you know, come out this third set like it is a fresh start to the game?
Yeah, and I think the desperation to know that they needed to just charge down any ball that was at any point, and some of the sand that they were able to cover at critical moments in that set, just to get a fist and a hand to keep that one there from one side of the court to the other from Banyu, gives the opportunity for Wichuru to finish, and he completed his end of the contract. And well, now we go to the decider. First to 15, need a 2-point advantage, and every advantage with Thailand at the moment. Big time block from Banyu.
Yeah, Banyu just getting and sitting right there in the line of Shaw, and you know, once again, just Shaw just waiting for it onto his left shoulder, just playing right into the hands of Banyu.
Into the net, and it's 1-1. That's the other thing they didn't do in the second set, where maybe they did a few times in the first. They committed very few errors on serve. Just off a standing start. Hoppy just floats it over the top, almost able to take the pace off that, but it had plenty of pepper on it from Banyu, and it's 2-1 Thailand.
That's something you see from Banyu do a fair bit. You know, he'll start off a game and he'll go after that hard attack, and if you can stop it, you know, within the first couple, he'll start to go to the knuckles, and then just like that, he'll bring it back out again. Another big block there from Banyu, this time jumping in on that cross court on Shaw.
Well, he's like an unsociable neighbour. Won't let anybody in the front door at the moment. They're knocking. And he slams the door shut on them for the second time in this third set. 3-1 Thailand. Oh, just a desperate heave over from Shaw. Hoppy backpedaling in two minds. Straight down the seam from Banyu. It's his set. 4-1. At the change of ends, they change ends after every 5 points in the third.
Great start into this third set here by Thailand. As you said, this is Banyu's set to start off with. He's taking control here, both on block and attack.
So, Max, what does it take in these moments where you've been the dominant force in the first set, all of a sudden the momentum's been completely wrested off you, and all resides now with your opposition? You're left sort of wondering, how did we get to this point? Because we had everything going our way. What happens between a combination in this moment to try and wrestle momentum back?
Well, as as Hoppy, you know, being the player who isn't currently being served, you know, he should be, you know, the one trying to really actually drive the side out and making sure that Shaw knows what is working on his attack, you know. And at the moment, you know, Shaw might be thinking nothing's working. You know, I'm getting blocked if I go here, and, you know, I'm shooting into the net, you know, making errors or however it must be. Hoppy has to be finding the things that are working for him. And it might just simply be like this. You're putting great block pressure out there. So we just need to make sure that we side out any way we can so you can get up there and block. Because if that's how we're going to make more points, we just need to get there as much as possible. 3
points in a row, courtesy of some clutch blocks at the net, and that's the third of the set for James Shaw, refinding his rhythm. Timeout called. American lead for the first time in a long time.
And that can be something as simple and as quick as that. Those, you know, 3 points in a row that he's now gotten off of his own defense might be the difference now. He's going to find his side out. You know, they're two skills that aren't really attached at all, you know, receiving and then attacking the ball and blocking, but knowing as a blocker that at times if you're on it with your blocking, you're confident with your blocking, then everything else can kind of just follow on from that.
From Woodside, California, James Shaw, as I mentioned earlier, both his parents coach volleyball at Stanford University, Carolyn and Don, 29 years of age. Into his serve now. He targets Banyu. Banyu says, bring it. And they level it up at 5 apiece to change ends. Jordan Hoppy, 26 years of age, Greendale, Wisconsin is his hometown. He went to college in Concordia in California. Now with Chirawit, they've tended to look more dangerous when this man's been serving. Oh, the dip on that serve is extraordinary. Well handled by Shaw, who chose violence, went straight at Chirawit, who goes straight back at Shaw. Ah, he has completely turned this set around, has James Shaw. Nothing going right for him. And he has flicked a switch to seize back control of this set single-handedly almost, Max.
Yeah, as I said, it can be something so simple as, you know, getting a couple of good points on defense, and then all of a sudden you seem to find your side out.
Oh, it's inspired stuff from Shaw, but I think we've got a net touch going against the Americans, which will make it 6-all. Hands start to go to knees. Final match for both these teams. After how many they've played, Max?
Well, for the Thai team, this is their 6th game, and then for the Americans, it's their 5th. But, you know, from Thursday through to today, it's a lot of games that you're pulling in, and, you know, we've heard that it's been differing, you know, weather as well, which can be tiring in itself. You're not getting just consistency.
Well, dare I say it, James Shaw looked unsure every step of the way in the second set. Now he's a sure thing in the third. Everything he's touching at the moment is turning into points. 7-6 they lead, and he's on serve now. Not this time. Banyu just gets the deflection and gets the levelling point at 7-all.
Yeah, while Shaw has been on a tear and looking like, you know, they're really taking control, you know, the fact that we are still tied at 7-all, great serve there from Chirawit.
Out of play and out of time. That might have just gone into the antenna, did it?
Yeah, it did, and you can see Banyu just not happy with himself. They had that point there for him, which you're looking like he's put that ball across for Banyu to hit on too, and then just that set just a little bit too slow going out wide.
The smarts from Shaw, I reckon it was, to put just the dig in over the net to cross it up. Was that to buy time? Because they weren't set up for the spike. Was that to buy them time to reset themselves on their side of the net? And it was a gamble that paid off in the end, which Chirawit couldn't get the finish, and Hoppy just sends that one wide to make it 8-all.
Yeah, I was trying to just give Shaw enough time to get across so he could get there for a block and try to put some sort of defence up.
The net playing a part in spearing that out wide. Banyu to serve. High up on the forearms of Shaw. Oh, yes, dropping the hammer is James Shaw. 9-8.
There's a
Team USA.
huge hit down the line. Banyu didn't give him much, and Shaw took everything he could.
Shaw floats it over. Banyu looking to return the favour. Hoppy had it well covered. Now Hoppy gets in on it. Deep spike to give them a 2-point advantage. It's the biggest advantage they've had of the set.
They'd been waiting for that, just that little difference, just to win that one defensive point, just to give him a little bit of a break.
Thailand now on the back foot, but the net helps them out on this occasion. 1 point is the lead. It is a nail-biter in the bronze medal match for the men. Straight after this, we've got the number 2 seeds, Jasmine Fleming and Georgia Johnson from Australia, up against the US combination of Maria Whalen and Elena Chacon. 2 points is the lead again at the change of ends for the Americans.
Nice little 2-ball there by Shaw, just over the top of the block, and defense not quite set up.
Jordan Hoppy. Banyu wanted the corridor, but Hoppy had it covered, and then Hoppy just heaves that one down onto the vacant sand. 3-point lead at the pointy end of the third and deciding set. Now they're fighting for survival. Oh, what an ace! Just touching the tape to make it 13-9. Serve of the set and the match. Banyu, I reckon, left that, Max. I think he thought it was going wide and the wind helped out.
Definitely did. He was waiting for it as it's followed up by that error into the net.
Chocolate to ball lollies there.
Hoppy has had a few service errors through today, and been waiting for it, and that ace comes probably at the most opportune time for him.
Do or die now. Banyu, the Bangkok native. Shaw goes straight at Chirawit, and it took a vicious deflection to give them set and match point. They've got one hand on a bronze medal. And now they have two hands. Hoppy seals it with a hug. In their first tournament together, the first Futures tournament of the season, James Shaw and Jordan Hoppy claim bronze, and what a bronze medal match it was. They can hold their head up high. The team from Thailand, Banyu and Chirawit, came from a set down to send it to a third. But when it mattered most, Team USA had the answers, and James Shaw, what a turnaround in his fortunes from the second set to the third, Max.
Huge fight back, by the Americans. After a bit of a disappointing set in that second one, to then come through, and then as Shaw just unleashed himself into that third set. He was looking all over the place, through that second set, and then as you said, went from being unsure to a sure thing.
Well, James Shaw and Jordan Hoppy are with Greg Jury. Greg.
Jordan, James, congratulations, boys. A terrific effort. Bronze medal must feel great.
Oh, yeah. Yep, we're fired up. Like I said, I wanted some hardware. We're lucky enough, blessed to get some hardware. So always fired up.
Awesome work. Now, what is the clutch plays here in that third set? They came at you a bit in that second. You must have loved that momentum that you changed in that third.
Yeah, Thailand is just they don't go away. They're super good program. Yeah, those guys, hats off to them. They played a fantastic event. Yep.
Now, James, you're blocking. You kind of went a bit to water there in that second, mate. But geez, you found some nice ones there in the third.
Yeah, man. I needed to change the tide a little bit. I needed to feel good coming out of here and not giving in to the energy or to whatever. You know, I needed to show out for my partner. He's balling out there, so I needed to make sure that I was doing my part. Yeah.
Well, it was great to see, guys, and you look terrific out there. Good luck for the rest of the tour that you're doing together, and well done today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
They wanted hardware, and hardware they walk away with. James Shaw and Jordan Hoppy will head to New Zealand full of confidence for the next Futures event, and then they're looking to play some Challenger events. It's a 3-tiered system in the Volleyball World Tour. And this Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour event, the Futures event in Mollymook, we've had the first of the bronze medal matches run and won. Team USA over Team Thailand as we have a look at the third set highlights, Max, and where were they able to get the game back on their terms, the team from the United States?
Well, I think it was on the back of Shaw. We've kind of been singing his praise a little bit, but it was all very well warranted. Started a little bit slow in that third set, and Thailand were on there for the first couple ends, and then all of a sudden, Shaw just really woke up, and all of a sudden he was just on it, and 3 points in a row, big blocks, and then all of a sudden his attack came into play, and it was just that little bit of confidence boost from those defensive players that really just sprung him forward, and then it was no looking back from then.
Well, congratulations to the Americans. As I said, full of confidence now with the tournaments that await them, and a new combination, and certainly an exciting one to keep an eye on as the Futures tournament and the Futures series rolls on. So from the men's bronze medal matches to the women's bronze medal match, that's coming up on the other side of the break. And we're going to get a little look here of everything there is to see and do in the beautiful town of Mollymook on the south coast of New South Wales. with as stunning a beach as you'll find anywhere in the country, Mollymook Beach. It's a beautiful stretch of sand and incredible water. An idyllic part of the south coast of New South Wales, and what a setting it's been for this phenomenal event that started on Thursday, the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour, the Future Series. It's the third tier, but a chance to see some of the rising stars, the young up-and-coming teams, newly assembled teams, and in an Olympic year, you never know, you might just see some future Olympians as well. This is the bronze medal match we've got coming up on the women's side of the draw. The number 2 seeded women, Jazzy Fleming and Georgia Johnson, who went down in the semi-finals to compatriots Jana Milutinovic and Steph Fayesh. Well, they'll take on an American combination who have teamed up for the first time here in Mollymook in Maria Wayland and Elena Chacon. So a fantastic effort from the American team to get to a bronze medal match, and that is how they got there from the quarterfinals now into the bronze medal match. Max?
Yeah, both teams will be pretty disappointed with their semi-finals, I'm sure, going down in 3 sets, and probably thinking at times that they had their opportunity to get it done, and now it's going to be up to who's going to respond better and take out this bronze medal.
And I reckon that we're going to see a pretty pumped up Jasmine Fleming and Georgia Johnson because for the second time in 3 tournaments, they've been taken down by the team that ranks below them in the Australian rankings in Fayesh and Milutinovic. So that wouldn't sit all too comfortably with them, I wouldn't imagine, even though they're all great friends and train together, Max, but certainly they've been taken down by their younger opponents on a couple of occasions over the summer so far.
Yeah, of course. You never want to be, you never want to lose to your mates, and especially your training partners, and want to put your best foot forward out there, but it's a tough thing. They can't be thinking about that now. They need to make sure that they're taking this game on as its own thing, and they're not thinking about too much about what happened only a couple of hours ago.
Mariah Whalen's been good enough to give Greg Jury some time. Let's head down to the sand.
Mariah, you've obviously had a disappointing semi-final loss, but now's the time for redemption.
Yeah, I mean, we had a quick little period of reflection there, and we're kind of ready to go for this one.
Awesome work. Now tell me the feeling of this sand compared to back at home. What's the difference that you feel?
Well, this sand's a lot finer, and we have a little bit deeper sand back home, so the style of play is a little bit different, but we spent some time in New Zealand adjusting to the shallower sand out here.
Awesome work, mate. All the best out there today.
Thank you so much.
Mariah Whalen, 25 years of age, went to college at Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo. She's from Warsaw in Wisconsin, her hometown. And from the American team to the Australian team, let's head back down to Greg Jury.
Georgia, obviously disappointing loss. And again, I know how much that must burn you up, but this is what it's all about, international opportunity. You must really enjoy these type of games.
Absolutely. We played a really tough game against Gianna and Steffi this morning, but it was our best game yet of the tournament, so we're excited to keep building on it for this afternoon's bronze game.
Also, mate, the weather doesn't get any better than this. Beautiful 10-knot sea breeze, sun's out, beautiful beach background. You must love this place.
Honestly, it's perfect. It's great to showcase Australia's beaches like this, and yeah, we're proud to call this place home.
All the best in the bronze medal game, mate.
Thanks.
Thanks to Georgia Johnson, 25 years of age from Brisbane. Her partner, Jasmine Fleming, 21 years of age, also from Brisbane. And this team ranked 50th in the world, Max. They are knocking on the door of those top spots, not too far away. The second highest ranked Australian team behind Maria Faye, Natasha Del Solar and Taliqua Clancy, who were seeded in this, had to pull out of both their pool games. They'll head over to Doha to play in the 16s over there, the Elite 16s. But it is crucial that they maintain that edge over the team that are hunting them from an Australian point of view in Jana and Steph.
Yeah, it is getting close, very close on those, World Tour, entry points for those two teams, and this might be the difference in between, the little switch there, but it's a positive thing for volleyball in Australia to have these, two very young teams, both being so neck and neck and fighting so tough and fighting so hard, to get these results, and it will only make both teams better.
So the team from the US introduced Elena Chacon in the visor, and Mariah Whalen, the taller of the two at 185 centimetres. Elena from Crown Point, Indiana, went to college at Florida State, as we hear our Aussie team introduced. And how consistent this team have been over the time that they've been a combination, Max. You look at their results last year, they had top 10s in 6 different events, and they were 9th at the World Championships for the under-21s. They certainly did play some really consistent tournaments and get really consistent results.
Something that, with talking with one of their coaches, Margot, she really emphasised in terms of this team's growth and their timeline. Last year was really making sure that they were trying to consistently make quarterfinals at this futures level, and then this year is all about making medal matches, making gold medal matches, and then getting those main draws at challenger events. And they were almost there for a gold medal match today, and they're hoping that they're going to get some hardware, and then it's all going to be about those higher level events this year for trying to knock off those KPIs.
Tell you what, phenomenal rally just to get us going. First point of the first set. Well, if that's the bar that's been set, it's a really high one. It falls the way of Fleming and Johnson. So Australia on the board with the first point, and now just seeking some clarification is Elena Chacon.
Just a great hard swing through the block there.
So what would they be querying there, Max?
Not quite sure. Just sometimes you just want to, talk to the ref if you think like some handling call from the other team.
Okay.
Their hand setting isn't quite up to scratch, you believe. If you can, sometimes you can just talk about it enough to the ref. You're not saying and telling them that they're wrong in any instance, but you're just trying to let them know that potentially this is something they should watch, and occasionally it can then come to fruition for you later in a game.
Oh, off balance, falling away, and to get that to drop over the top of the blocker. That was impressive from Elena Chacon. They get their first points, get a chance to level it up. They trail 2-1. Oh, and they're just killers. Those 3-point giveaways on serve, Max.
You don't want to be giving away too many free points on these service errors, and it's something that unfortunately had seen a fair bit today. A lot of service errors, and especially into the net as well.
Oh, and again, judging the depth to perfection, Elena Chacon, after her second sort of miscue on a dig. They brought them unstuck the first time, but Mariah Whalen able to reel it in and heave it up for Chacon to get the finish. The deflection off Whalen means the points go to Fleming and Johnson. 4-2 they lead in this first set. It's going to be fascinating, this newly formed team. I think it's the first tournament they've played together, Whalen and Chacon, if I'm not mistaken, Max. And the first futures tournament for Elena Chacon. And you've got a really experienced and well-oiled and well-established team in the 50th ranked Fleming and Johnson. 5-2 they lead the first set at the change of ends.
Yeah, it's the first Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour event playing together for that team from USA. I know that they were in New Zealand last weekend, and I believe they got a silver medal at a New Zealand National Tour event. So, you know, they, as Waylon said, you know, they came over, they went to New Zealand, started to get used to a little bit of the, you know, shallower sand that we have down here in the Oceania region.
Another pinpoint piece of placement from Elena Chacon. So just talk to us, for those who aren't as learned in the different terrains that you guys play on, what does it mean, the shallower sand as opposed to the deeper sand?
It's just different beaches, you know, there's such a wide range in, you know, both the, you know, how fine the sand is, and as like Waylon said, it's quite fine here. And, you know, so if you compared something like Gold Coast sand, super squeaky, and like you almost like slide across it a bit, and then if you go and play somewhere like Espinho, Portugal, it feels like you're playing in quicksand. It feels so deep, and you know, for that one, it's almost like you got to go there for a week beforehand to get your legs under you. Because for anyone who doesn't play beach volleyball and then just challenge you to go out there and play a game, and you'll feel how sore your legs are, and especially your calves afterwards. That's the difference in between, you know, playing sand or playing a game, honestly, here, than compared to somewhere really deep like Portugal. It's the same sort of difference, even for someone who has their sand legs under them.
Well, it's still advantage Australia at the moment. It's a great explanation, Max, and a great insight. Appreciating your expertise as someone who's represented their country to great acclaim. And that is an ace. You don't often see them falling short. They've got Australia in two minds about where to set up at the moment, the Americans. They're really giving them the runaround. Elena Chacon especially is just dropping darts on the lobs. Again, it's a scramble. And then one way to finish it off is just to power straight down the middle, and that's what Georgia Johnson does to give them the lead again at 7-6.
It was a great hard swing there by Jasmine Fleming, actually just straight through that block of Waylon, but you could see just that serve from Waylon. You know, the serve before with the ace, you know, just a nice hard flat serve and float serve, and then just drops out of the sky, and that one almost doing the same that time, and unfortunately then Jazz just serving that one into the net. So just a nice little 3-point back there for the Americans.
Apologies to Jazzy Fleming, not giving her the credit for the spike that she buried. So 7-all at the moment at the change of ends. Greg Jury, how are the conditions holding up?
Yeah, there's definitely be a change in wind direction. It's now coming from the south-southeast and blowing about 15 kilometres in the last 2 minutes. So where the end that the Aussies are on right now will definitely be a favoured end for the rest of the day, I'd say.
Lead re-established for Australia, but they're really being stretched here at the moment. Jazzy Fleming, strong stop up against the net. Georgia Johnson to serve. Oh, so well read by Jazzy Fleming. Knew when to backpedal and just can't get it to land. Overhits. And it's square again at 8-all, and Kevin Newen, our referee, just puts the hand out.
Just not wanting to talk to Jazz at all. Just
not interested in a conversation at all, Kevin.
Go back, side out.
Like he's directing traffic, just said stop. Go back. 8-all. 9-8, big swing, Fleming.
That's a frustration swing there, I reckon, from Jazzy Fleming. Just unloads on that.
Nicely done by whoever's controlling the music. Here comes the boom, because there it was from Jazzy Fleming, and she'll serve with the Australians leading 9-8. Oh, Oh, she's been so impressive in that situation. Elena Chacon, I don't think has missed. Well, you'd love her as a travel agent because she's always able to find vacancy in terms of vacant sand. Fleming on the finish, straight down the corridor. 10-9, this is an entertaining first set. Two different styles meeting at the moment, Max, and it's enthralling to watch.
Yeah, you've got the Australians on one side who are just hitting hard and trying to just, you know, punch their way through, and then you got the Americans who are just kind of using a little bit craftier touch, and I think there we go. That's potentially what, you know, Jazz went up to, you know, Kevin at the start of the game and was just talking about, and what she was trying to before when Kevin said, nah, go back. You know, just letting them know that they believe Chacon just, you know, holds on to that set a little bit too long, and, you know, that time they get that call.
The no-look spike, but it went straight at Johnson, who just digs it over to buy them some time. They get reset. Big block, Georgia Johnson. Big stop, big point too, gives them the biggest, as I start repeating myself, lead of the set at 12-9. The Aussies lead by 3. That's a pumped up Georgia Johnson, and well she should be. They're being really tested in the opening stages of this first set. And they pass the test at the moment, leading 12-9. Max, how are you seeing it?
Early on, it was looking like both teams honestly still trying to break through a little bit of the disappointment of not being in those gold medal games, and, you know, working through, and, you know, over the last 5-6 points, it's looked like Georgia Johnson has really found that energy, is really driving that energy on the Australian side to really push forward. That, you know, they need to get this game on our side. We need to at least go home with the medal around our necks. And on the other side, just Chacon, she's looking like she's going to be the one who's, you know, at least holding consistently for America. And it's looking like, you know, they're going to need Whalen to come along, and, you know, she's going to need to come out and probably get a few blocks, stop the Aussies a few times.
We're back underway. A misfire from Mariah Whalen on that occasion, sends it wide. Gives the number 2 seeded Australians a 4-point advantage. Be disappointed with that. Chose to go down the line. There was an open side. She was willing to attempt the cut, which Chacon is. And as she's done just about every time she's had the opportunity, she claims a point with that cut shot.
With just the change of server, it's Mariah Whalen back to serve.
Looked like Elena Chacon was pretty happy with that. I think she was too keen to have the serve. Looking for that one-touch finish, but Americans were hip to that scene. Kept that point going, but Georgia Johnson showing the touch and the timing to take back a 4-point lead.
In the end, it was just a picture-perfect line shot. Even though the blocker jump in cross, so it was just shooting over no one, but looked beautiful.
Jazzy Fleming on serve. Chance to make it a 5-point lead. Steel trap reflexes from Chacon, and again, she has open sand, but on this occasion, she sends it long. And their biggest lead of the set is a 5-point one for Fleming and Johnson.
Timeout, USA.
And USA call a timeout. We'll head down to Greg Jury. Greg, it's been an arm wrestle in the early stages, but they're just starting to flex on the US at the moment, the Australians.
Yeah, I don't think there's much else I can do about the setting because
These deep line shots.
We'll get down to Greg in just a moment. We get an insight here into the consultation between the Australians.
So really interesting to be able to listen in to what they're talking about, knowing that, you know, talking with the coaches, you know, Margot and Josh beforehand, that they're actually playing independent defense, and by that I mean that the blocker and the defender are playing independently of each other. They're trying to play without calling each other, you know, specific plays. You know, the blockers out there, they're trying to win the point directly through them, and the defender's just trying to read and get whatever dig they can. And so in that, Georgia and Jazz is just talking about what each of the players, I think their tendencies are, you know, because you see different things when you're up at the net as a blocker and when you're back as a defender. So they're just trying to help each other out with, you know, reckoning that, you know, say Chacon, she's trying to do this when, you know, she moves out and runs behind. She's going to go for, say, that baby line shot, or, you know, so it's really cool to be able to just really listen in and hear the tactics that go into it.
Fleming fires that long, a couple of misses in a row with open looks for Elena Chacon. So just a couple of errors creeping into the Americans. And Greg, I threw down to you early saying that it's taken a little while, but Aussies just at the moment out muscling their US opponents.
Yeah, absolutely, Sam. A bit of mental warfare at the very, very first point of the game around setting and control. And this wind's picked up, and the USA girls are doubting themselves, not putting the ball in the right spot, and it's really noticeable right now. A lot of self-doubt with these girls with their control. But it's great control of vision from Georgia Johnson at the moment. She's doing a brilliant job of vision, and the girls have definitely got the upper hand right now.
Now she powers through the blocker there. Change of ends. 6-point lead is a healthy one. Johnson on the serve. Fired it straight at Johnson, did Whalen. Returning the dose was Johnson to Whalen. Unfortunately, Mariah couldn't get a handle on it. And the lead is now 7 points. It's an impressive run that the Aussies are on at the moment, Max.
Yeah, as Greg said, you know, a bit earlier with that wind starting to pick up now, the Aussies are down that advantageous end, and can see that float serve from Johnson is moving around a fair bit as Whalen finds the court down that line there. They've got their work cut out for them to come back now, you know, 6 points down, and, you know, down the unfavoured end as well.
Mariah Whalen to serve. Oh, the opening was there right down the middle. And Johnson found it quickly, re-establishing a 7-point advantage. Just that little running spike had them thinking that maybe she'd go to set that up for Johnson, but Fleming took it herself. Desperate dive, keeps this one up and going. Fleming now cuts it. Agonisingly close to the outstretched hands of Elena Chacon. 8 points is now the lead, and set point Australia.
Almost just like a half cut, half spike there from Jazz Fleming as well. Like she hit that with, you know, such pace as well. And that swing going the way of the Aussies. And that first set as well, 21-12, with that hit from Chacon, just not able to keep it inside of the antenna.
Yeah, they went to another level at the halfway mark of that set, Max. It was pretty tight up until around 12-11. And then, as I said before, Australia really put a flex on, and they showed exactly why they are ranked 50th in the world. 21-12. It's a commanding first set. And these are the highlights.
Greg was right with the call on the, you know, a little bit of mental games and mental warfare. You know, just talking to, you know, top ref, you know, Kevin Ewan early on, just about, you know, the handling, you know, of the sets on the American side, and then seemingly once it got called, you know, all of a sudden, you know, USA just started to lose a little bit of confidence potentially in their hands, and that's when, you know, the set started to drift further off the net and weren't as close, and, you know, the defense from both Georgia and Jazz Fleming just really stepped up and they took every point that they could.
Yeah, I think the thing that would please them the most is that they had to sort of think their way through a bit of a roadblock early, and that was the fact that Elena Chacon was just sending them every which way whenever she'd get an opportunity. They just couldn't pick where she was going to place every one of her spikes, but they found a way and they continue to do so. Now it's the Americans' turn to scramble. 1-0, first point goes to the Aussies.
And Fleming just making that look so easy, just the little baby knuckle back across behind her shoulder.
And that's what they've shown themselves to be, Max, are really versatile. They've got a few different gears, this team. They can sort of switch it up. They can play sort of different styles when the situation dictates.
Yeah, they have their general game plan and game style that they want to be able to put out there, but you know, it's always handy to have a few different styles and ways that you can go about playing. And I know that that's one thing that their coaches will be really pushing is, you know, making sure that they don't just have one way that they can win a game. You know, if something's not working for you, what's the next, you know, style? What's the next thing that you can then fall back on and, you know, still be able to win from?
An error gives the Americans their first point to the second set, looking to send it to a third to stay in the hunt for bronze. Big block from Whalen. Couldn't do it the second time, but Chacon there in fantastic support and just caresses it over the top of the net. A little drop shot, finds the sand, and it's 2-2. And I'd imagine too, we're talking about the defenders playing independently of each other. Once the team in opposition knows that, then it probably does sometimes force them to overhit when they're not quite sure where the back defender's going to be. So maybe you look to put a bit more on it if they're not lining up.
Yeah, and if they're not, you know, it's a sort of attacker as well that's just going to, you know, aim to just take on one of the two players as well. Like you can see on that sort of play, looks like Georgia Johnson's only option or only idea that she has the whole time is I'm going to go after this blocker here. And so if they're on the American side, they're just going, whoever's up at the net block, I'm just going to attack and try and go through that person. Then I think they'll be set up well where that one looks like, you know, that cut into the net comes from, they're seeing that movement there from Johnson in the backcourt and then just trying to beat them to it.
4-2. Johnson into her serve. Whalen drills that with very little daylight between defenders. Oh, hello. Points go to Australia. I thought that had...
So the initial call was out, but the Americans have challenged that call and asked for it to have a look at that ball mark.
That looked good to our eye. Max, I don't know how you saw it, but I saw that in.
Yeah, we'll have to see. They're coming back.
It's a great part about beach volleyball. There is, oh, it's been upheld. So they're saying it's definitely gone long. Bit of a surprise. So that'll be 5-2 Australia at the change of ends in the second set.
And I can tell you the first thing that both of them have just done as they have changed end is they would have gone and looked at that ball mark.
100%. So 5-2 Australia lead in the second set. 3-point advantage. Oh, just nothing going the way of the Americans at the moment. An open look there for Mariah Whalen, and it clips the top of the net and sails wide. 6-2 Australia. In their first tournament together, Mariah and Elena, the 13th seeds in the main draw. Strong US contingent came across, Max, and gee, they are pumped up. This Aussie team, the big bellow as they make it 7-2.
Just a huge block there by Jazz Fleming as well. Just beautifully, getting in the way and just shutting that down.
They just don't have any answers at the moment, the Americans. Oh, again, Fleming. They cannot find a way through her at the net at the minute.
The Americans take a time out there. But yeah, on one hand, you've got Georgia just absolutely loving it, screaming, you know, and then you just got Jazz just there, just kind of having a little laugh. But it was a great timing on that block by Jazz Fleming, noticing that Whalen was just off the net a little bit more, and you know, so she needs to just hold off on that block a little bit, and then perfect timing in the end to just swat that ball back down. So for the Americans here now, they're just going to be trying to figure out what they can, you know, get going. What do they need to change? What do they need to keep doing, just to try and get a few of these points back themselves? Because they're in
What's the answer to that question for you?
I think they need to try and move that block around a little bit more. Yeah, especially, you know, these last couple points. You know, Jazz Fleming's literally just sitting there, waiting for block. Where if they can, you know, get her to have to move laterally, you know, try and unsettle her just that little bit from her, you know, block, they might find just a little bit more space to work with.
So they are well and truly rolling. The Aussies at the moment, they lead by 6. Up over the top of the defender on that occasion. Oh, that's incredible desperation from Elena Chacon, and desperately unlucky to find the net after willing herself to keep the ball up and going. That's the other thing that's not helping them, Max, is they're committing a fair few errors at the moment themselves.
And then another lift call there on that set. As well, yeah, the errors just creeping in because, you know, the defense from the Australians has been, you know, strong, and, you know, then you start trying to find, how am I supposed to get this point here? And you potentially start to overhit, or, you know, try and find angles and zones that you don't usually or can't usually hit. As that one, they get lucky with that clip off the net.
Well, they're going to medal here. You would think with a 7-point lead, still plenty to play out in this second set. And if they do, it just continues on these consistent performances that they've had in these World Tour events. Good rally unfolding here, but just as quickly as it started to go, Georgia Johnson gets it to go down on the angle to make it 11-3 at the change of ends. They got third. Now, you'll be able to tell me how to pronounce this correctly. Is it Spieth?
Spieth.
Spieth. This is why it's very handy working with someone who's so well travelled. They were second in Helsinki and second in Coolangatta last year in the World Tour events on the Futures Tour. Into another medal match here, and they came fourth in Wenzhou Canyon. So they find themselves in the pointy end more often than not at these World Tour events, and that's, I suppose, what we can really ask, Max, to get yourself in podium contention. Oh, just backpedaling, and couldn't get the purchase she wanted. Chacon, it's all falling apart at the moment for the Americans. 8-point lead is the biggest of the set for Fleming and Johnson.
That's that little bit of doubt, I reckon, that Greg was talking about earlier. You know, as soon as, you know, Elena Chacon just loses that little bit of confidence in that handset, taking that step back, just drops down to just go with that knuckle. Just a beautiful ace there by Georgia Johnson. Just the float just dropping right in front of Whalen.
That's like it fell off the edge of a table. Oh, now the net helps out Chacon again. She was scoring at will in that first set. It's dried up for her since. Lead is still, though, a very daunting 8 points for the Australians. Good serve. Chacon draws the error from Fleming.
She's got her own ace back that time, Chacon. Nice serve, just down the middle, just too far outstretched for Jazz Fleming.
So a few points in a row for the Americans. The run is short-lived, though. Lead back out to 8. She's just been able to wreak havoc when she gets a swing. Now Jazz Fleming to serve. Oh, that was clever. Made the adjustment. Sent the blocker the wrong way. Did Mariah Whalen. They change ends. And at 21 points, head to a timeout as well. So, is there any hope for the Americans at the moment, Max?
There always is. There always is. I've seen bigger deficits be recovered from deeper, positions in the set as well. So there's always a chance, but at this stage it is looking like it's a little bit unlikely. The percentages are probably, fairly low, single digits, that they might be able to bring this back here. Just with how, especially Georgia Johnson has been playing just so consistent throughout this game in this set. She just looks like whenever she has an attack, doesn't matter if it isn't quite in system or in rhythm, she's finding some way to win that point. And, on the other side, Jazz Fleming's just found a way to really impose herself at the net and getting a lot of blocks and a lot of touches at the net as well, positive ones as well on top of that. That's a great serve by Whalen out of the timeout with the ace.
And to get that kind of move, swinging into the wind and still drawing the error, that had some pepper on it, and unfortunately she can't repeat the dose. And it's a massive ask too, it must be said. We're talking about a team in Whalen and Chacon that are together for the first time at a Futures tournament. They've come up against a team ranked 50th in the world. When you look at how many teams there are, you're dealing with certainly the second best team in terms of rankings in Australia, and a team in the top 50 in the world in Fleming and Johnson.
Yeah, and it's just something about playing on the world tour, a little bit more. It's a different experience than playing, either your own national tour or NCAA, because they're all huge tournaments and all come with their own pressure as well. But it's something about playing for your country as well that's just a little bit different. And coming down to it, you've got a bronze medal game. It's right there. You're having to deal with any sort of, any of the negative emotions about not making it and not winning that semi-final, to then trying to turn around and make sure you're still finishing your tournament on a win. You always want to make sure you're finishing a tournament on a win. So it's kind of like your gold and your bronze medal are the two best medals to have in a way.
They are making a fist of it though. They trailed by 9 points not that long ago. So they're on a mini run here, the Americans. They've been able to claw their way back and trail by 6 at the moment. Make that 5. Oh no, points go to the Australians, and so 17-10. It's deflating stuff for the Americans. Let's have a look here, Max.
Yeah, she had it there. It's just that knuckle, just to play it back over the net. She just follows through and gets the net touch.
So they reassert some dominance, the Australians. They lead by 7. And that's just fired wide by Mariah Whalen. They change ends, trailing by 8, the Americans. It's been a commanding performance from the Aussies in this women's bronze medal match. First stop of the future series of the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour. To New Zealand next, and they're going to come back to Australian shores for Coolangatta. After the Australian World Championships, you'd expect this team of Fleming and Johnson to be very much at the pointy end of both of those tournaments that will be played concurrently. Well, they're doing it with relative ease now, the Aussies. 19-10. They'll look to close this one out pretty quickly here, Max. It's been an impressive performance since the midway part of the first set especially.
Yeah, looking real easy on that shot there by Georgia Johnson, just seeing where Chacon had set up and then just popping it over nicely. But that's a great attack there by Whalen. You know, nice in rhythm, sees a block, nice little line shot back over towards that sideline. But the way that Fleming and Johnson have been siding out, I don't think we're too far away.
To come from 13th seeds to a bronze medal match is a pretty impressive feat in and of itself for the Americans in their first World Tour event together. It can't be underestimated. They've beaten much higher ranked teams on their path.
As Whalen just had the block there before on Johnson and gets another one. It's 2 in a row.
They're not done with just yet. They won't go down without a fight, and the timeout is called. And let's have a listen to Georgia Johnson and Jazz Fleming.
Do you have the ability to shoot first? Yeah. Because she is just coming and setting in the line and saying, okay. So you've got that line swing? Yeah. As well? Keep coming in to me. Like the distance on the left side? Yeah, really good setting.
So that's really good as that at the setter, you know, they can obviously see where both the blocker and defender are setting up, and, you know, Jazz can go and then tell Georgia how they're trying to block and how they're trying to defend against her. So she's like, if you set up this way and, you know, you try and, you know, show that you're going to go down here, you're going to have heaps of line open, and you can go to that. So that's really good work by that partner who's not being served.
Greg, what's been the most impressive part of this Australian performance for you?
Oh, I think the Aussie girls and their consistency in this, especially in this second set, they've hardly made a mistake, and it's really just those last 2 points was it. Now they've been rewarded with a timeout and a service error. So, you know, here we got 7 match points. Well done to Jazz and to Georgia. It's been a terrific result for them.
It certainly has. They wrapped up the first set 21-12, looking to do it at 21-13. Fleming on serve. Johnson finishes it. As commanding a performance as you'll see in a medal match. The number 2 seeds in Jasmine Fleming and Georgia Johnson. They claim bronze at Mollymook in the first stop on the Futures Tour of the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour.
As soon as you saw no block there for the last point of that game, you know that George Johnson was just going to try and unleash on that. You know, want to finish the game on a little bit of a highlight play, and, you know, it was a great defensive move across, then to follow up with a great hit there.
And congratulations to Elena Chacon and Mariah Whalen, their first tournament together, and they finished 4th. That's a really impressive result for this new team. 25 years of age, the pair of them. And they'll be really confident with what they might be able to put together heading to New Zealand next week. Let's get down to the sand. Greg Jury is with our bronze medal Aussies, Jazzy Fleming and Georgia Johnson.
Jazz, Georgia, congratulations, girls. How good was that? I mean, you guys came out that second set like driving a steamroller. You were that impressive. Must have felt good.
Yeah, definitely. And like having the support of like our coaches and all our friends here is amazing. And we just wanted to get the job done as fast as possible. So yeah.
Well, the aggression was there, and the way you wanted to. You said at the start of the game that's what you wanted to have, and you absolutely proved it then. It must make you feel good that your consistency is at a level where if the opposition isn't on, you guys destroy them.
Yeah, absolutely. We knew we had to take every chance that we could get against a really strong US side. And yeah, we did a really good job. Every opportunity that we got in defence, we were able to put it away. Really proud of how we played this afternoon.
Now, Jazz, you had a couple of throwdown blocks. I know that's the best feeling in the game when you're a blocker. The celebrations was much more exciting from your teammate. Did you have a bit of a laugh at Georgia, the way that she carried on? She got a bit squeaky, didn't she?
Yeah, she got the crazy eyes going again. Yeah, no, it's funny because I turn around and she's just off somewhere else cheering. But yeah, I love the support from her. It's amazing.
Well, girls, congratulations. You've been fantastic this tournament. Well done once again, bronze medal.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
First tournament of the World Tour season for Jasmine Fleming and Georgia Johnson, and they get their first piece of silverware. Don't think it'll be their last, Max. These are the second set highlights, and they had it pretty much on their terms the whole way through.
Yeah, they did. It's just the consistency of Georgia Johnson throughout that whole game. She never really, gave the Americans any chance of, finding some clean sand. Even when she was up at the net blocking, she was putting some great pressure on. And then, right when, it was needed, Jazz Fleming, just became a wall at the net, on her block, throwing balls down. And, in the end, the combination was just too much for the Americans. The wind just, picked up, and, potentially that was, that did play a factor in it, and just threw out a little bit of their rhythm on their attack with the, with their hand setting. But, we don't know that for sure. But, as we've said, to come from, 13th seed and, being their first tournament together on the Beach Pro Tour, to come here and get a fourth, it's pretty handy, and they'll be back in a few weeks' time in Coolangatta as well.
I love the mindset that they spoke about at the start of this match, and even though they lost the semi-final against Jana and Steffi, they believed it was actually the best they've played. So finding the positive from the negative and then taking that as your primary driver into a match like this, and they did it in dominant fashion in the end, 21-12 and 21-13. So that's the women's table, and with just the gold medal match to come, it's pretty positive signs for the second highest ranked Australian women's beach volleyball team. Max?
Yeah, it's really set the stage as well for the gold medal games that we have coming up. Obviously on the men's side, we've got the All-Aussie final in Mark Nicolaides and Isaac Carraher against Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce. And then on the women's side, we've got the rematch of the Mollymook Australian National Beach Volleyball Tour with Steffi Fayash and Jana Milutinovic going against the team from Japan, Suzuka Hashimoto and Rika Murakami. Suzuka Hashimoto and Rika Murakami were looking on fire in their last two sets against that American team in the semi-final. So I reckon we're going to have a real tough game, coming up against the Aussie girls in that one.
Highlights of the men's bronze medal match where James Shaw and Jordan Hoppy got taken to 3 sets by the team from Thailand in Banyu and Wichirawit. That was as entertaining a match as we've seen over the last few days. In the end, though, the Americans triumphed. Another new team assembled, looking to rise up the ranks, not only from the US teams, of which there are many, but certainly on the world stage as well. So silverware for them, and congratulations. So bronze medal matches are in the book. It's been a super Sunday of beach volleyball on this World Tour event, the Futures Tour, where we get a look at the rising stars of beach volleyball. Some teams on the rise, some newly formed teams, and youngsters looking to make their mark. And in an Olympic year, this is going to be a must-watch tour. So Max, it's up to gold on the other side of this. So we hope you can join us at 3 p.m. where the men's and women's gold medal matches will take place from beautiful Mollymook until 3 o'clock. Go get some tucker, have a drink, rest up, because you won't want to miss a moment of the action. 52 teams descended on Mollymook, the south coast of New South Wales, 3 hours from Sydney for the first stop of the Futures Tour of the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour. And we are now down to the final 4. It is time for the gold medal matches on this Super Sunday of beach volleyball on SBS On Demand. We're going to start off with the men's and then the women's to follow after that in magnificent Mollymook. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the coverage. What a day it's been. What a few days it's been. This is the Oceania swing of the Futures Tour. 24 stops in an Olympic year. We're seeing some of the rising stars of the beach volleyball ranks. Names to pencil into your black book. Those who you'll see in prominence in years to come, no doubt. Sam Hargraves is my name, joined by a man that represented his country to great acclaim and with great aplomb. Max Gura, hello again.
How you going? It's great to be here on Super Sunday and can't wait for these 2 games coming up.
Well, it's been a fascinating run to the gold medal matches, but interestingly, we were here last week in this same studio, in this same town, in Mollymook, as the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour gold medal matches got underway, and these were the exact same matchups. We've got Aussies Isaac Carraher and Mark Nicolaides up against Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce, and well, that was an incredible matchup last week. We're expecting the same this week. This is the journey that these 2 teams have been on from the quarterfinals on to get there. Mark and Isaac untroubled so far. They haven't dropped the set, neither have Paul and Jack. It's probably as you'd expect from the 1 and 2 seeds.
Jack and Paul did have actually a little bit of a tougher run in that semi-final. You know,
They took them
the 3 sets to get through that semi-final, and you know they had to go the long way through their pool play as well. You know, they got revenge on Hoppy and Shaw. You know, they lost them in pool play, but then were able to get on top of them for that semi-final and make sure that they were playing off for gold.
Well, in the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour gold medal match, it was Paul and Jack that were victorious. Isaac Carraher got into early injury concern with a little jarring of the knee, but he battled on manfully. And that sort of flipped the script on the last time that these 2 teams played. And Isaac and Mark have been in great form at the Australian Summit. So too are Paul and Jack. And it's no surprise to see them at the pointy end of proceedings for this World Tour event.
Yeah, these guys on screen here, Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce, they finished their year off last year at the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Future event in Geelong with a win. And they're looking to start off their year of Futures event with another win. So it could be 2 Beach Pro Tour wins in a row for these guys, and for Jack as well. 2 gold medals so early on in a career, pretty handy start.
Absolutely. Let's get down to the sand, where the Greg Jury, who is the 3rd member of our commentary team, has been good enough to go and wrangle Mark Nicolaides for a chat. Coming off silver in Mollymook, they took gold in Cobram, and they're looking to get gold again here for this Futures event.
Mark, you must be excited. The conditions are absolutely perfect for a gold medal game against your nemesis mates over there from Australia.
Yeah, look, Mollymook's turned it on for Super Sunday, so super excited. We've played these guys plenty of times at training and last weekend, so yeah, very exciting.
Now, what are the pillars that you focus on for a gold medal game? What do you talk to each other about?
We just got to try and strive to be at our best for as long as we can, and that's about all we can do. We can't control what the opposition are going to bring, so we focus on us.
Good on you, mate. All the best out there today.
Thank you.
Big thanks to Mark Nicolaides. This team of Isaac and Mark, and that ranked number 2 in Australia. Their 3rd seeded team in Australia, ranked number 35 in the world. And in an Olympic year where there's still a little bit to play out with who Australia's 2nd team that they might send to Paris, who that will be, we'll get Max to take us through all those ramifications. But Jack Pearce has been good enough to have a chat to Greg Jury. Let's get back to sand side.
Jack, I need to get a stool to talk to you, mate. It's intimidating. Now, mate, you must be rapid the way you're playing right now.
Yeah, we had a really good win this morning against the US, and we're hoping to continue to bring that in for this game as well.
Awesome. Now, conditions, wind's picking up a little bit different to this morning. You warm up, your adjustments, you've made those, you're feeling good?
Yeah, feeling good. Wind seems to not have too much effect, but we'll definitely be ripping our serves.
Awesome, mate. All the best out there today.
Thanks.
Thanks to Jack Pearce, 22 years of age, the South Australian. teaming up with Paul Burnett, while Paul's regular partner, who he won gold at the 2022 Com Games with, Chris McHugh, one of the stalwarts of Australian beach volleyball, is recuperating from injury. But Max, these games have a little bit more to them because, as I said, there's very little separating these two teams in the Australian rankings and only a few spots separating them in the world rankings, just 2 spots to be exact. Well, Paul's partnership with Chris, that is, and Isaac and Mark. So there's a little bit more at play than just a gold medal match here today.
National tours and world tour events like this, they all come into, selection criteria, for these events. And, for Continental Cup, it's kind of set that, 2 teams, that are going to be there would be Isaac and Mark, and, Paul and Chris. Jack is right there knocking on that door. It's looking like Jack is going to be, at the very least, their reserve there. But he's going to be doing everything he can in this game to try and push his way in. And that's really what you want from a young player coming in. It's their job to try and push players out of those positions in. And it's not, you don't always want the position just to open up. You want to be able to force your way in. And Jack's been doing a great job of putting his foot forward for that. But say the teams do stay, together, it's something that Mark and Isaac are needing to get some really good results here early on the World Tour. And, they've got a big tour lined up going through to like Brazil, Philippines for Asian tour, and then, going through to China and Thailand. There's a lot of events that they've got to tie into and get some good results all in the lead up through to Continental Cup, and try to have a whole bunch of results that they can hold up in front of like a selection committee and be like, these are all the reasons why you should pick me.
So as the 2 teams get introduced, they'll meet at the net to shake hands and to resume friendly hostilities. It's becoming habit now, whether it be in Australian Tour events or now in a World Tour event, that these 2 teams are meeting in the gold medal match. And it tends to be a high-octane affair, and 2 differing styles of play, Max, that you'll be able to explain to us for both these 2 teams. It'll be Mark Nicolaides to serve first for the #1 seeds.
As we wait for Mark just to kick this game off, you're going to see the game style from Nicolaides and Carraher just be a little bit quicker. The sets are going to be flatter. They'll be chucking in some, jump sets, and it's going to be probably a little bit more, quick and flashy. And then as we go with that swing there from Jack, Jack and Paul are going to try and use their height. Athletically, they're going to be very high above the net, and so the sets are going to also be like that, going to be nice, high up and down, just to really try to utilise that height for them.
Oh, it's an incredible block on the second attempt at the net from Jack, from Paul Burnett rather, who's in the hat for the team in the light blue. Jack Pearce there with the shades on, hatless. But it's an early 2-zip advantage to the #2 seeds, but it's 2-1 straight away. Mark Nicolaides just with that running knuckle over the net. You can see that left knee pretty heavily strapped, and that was the knee that he got entangled at the net in the gold medal match last week here in the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour event. The inside of that left knee is the concern for him.
I was lucky enough that I was able to, talk to Isaac and, just find out how his knee was going. Because as we said, if you were watching, last weekend, it didn't look good, and we were trying to get what we could out of the physio and doctor from last week, and it all turns out that, it was hyperextension, bit of bone bruising. So from what it could have been, and the risk was MCL. To come out with hyperextension, just some bone bruising is, almost the best case scenario.
So battling through what would be a pretty uncomfortable situation with his knees. We've just heard there from Max, a 4-2 advantage at the moment. Jack Pearce on serve. Mark Nicolaides certainly, despite being the shortest player of the 4 out there, doesn't lack for hops and buries one deep in the back court to make it 4-3 at the change of ends. So if you're just joining us for the first time and you're unfamiliar with the rules of beach volleyball, best of 3 sets. It's the first to 21 in sets 1 and 2. You need to have a 2-point buffer, though, to take out the set, and they change ends after every 7 points, just because invariably in an open forum like this one, Max, the conditions are going to favour one particular end. You can see there the flags are whipping in that wind coming off the water.
So the end that Paul and Jack are down at the moment, that would be the end that you would say is that favoured end, but Isaac isn't really making it look like that at the moment. You know, we just had, before that point, it was an error from Jack, and then this time, Isaac with a huge block as well, just straight down.
They were 2-0 down, and they've won 5 points to 2 since then. Couldn't quite get that one to get back over, but real aggression in the blocks at the net for Isaac Carraher. 24 years of age from Manly in New South Wales, 198 centimetres. This Futures Tour is all about the rising stars of the beach volleyball ranks. The third tier of the 3-tier system around the world. Lovely defence again from Isaac Carraher. Just did not get the angle that he was hoping for into the antenna. And the lead goes back to Jack and Paul. Paul Burnett to serve. Can go down the corridor, but Mark Nicolaides doesn't allow that and just fires that long. No touch from Paul Burnett, so it'll be 7-5 in favour of the 2 seeds. And Paul Burnett, is a fascinating story. Australian now, obviously a gold medalist at the Com Games in 2022 in Birmingham with Chris McHugh, but born in London to English and New Zealand parents. Has lived in Canada.
It's London in Canada. So
London,
Ontario,
Canada, that's right.
Canada. So
yeah,
Canadian and
misreading my own writing.
Yeah, Canadian and Kiwi parents, and then just kind of stopped. While they were almost there on the way through to New Zealand, just decided to stop off in Perth and set up shop there.
As you do. 26 years of age, 198 centimetres.
Dr. Paul Burnett as well. He's a dentist.
Just write that down here, Dr. Paul. Do we consider dentists doctors? No, I'm kidding. I'm not an anti-dentite. For all you Seinfeld fans, if you're watching.
We've made plenty of jokes with him about that as well. As we see, we've got a timeout called there. Let's
have a listen in to Isaac and Mark here.
It was on the National Tour event last weekend. The epic battle, it was Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce, who took the crown last weekend here in Mollymook.
Well, the boys have gone a bit camera shy.
They faced off in the final.
Go past that. I'll be at the
The battle, the rivalry continues.
So they trail 8-5 at the moment. It's the biggest lead that Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce have had. And what are you seeing early stages, Max?
Already we're starting to see the 2 distinctive game styles that we've got. We've seen, the quick spread offense from Mark and Isaac, and we've seen a couple errors that have come in, from that where, not able to get there fast enough, get your feet to it. And then, you've just got the high up and down attack from, Paul and, Jack, and it's got to come down to a lot of service pressure, and that's a great block there by Paul Burnett.
That's a brick wall block at the change of ends. It's their biggest lead now at 9-5. And Greg, just to get down to you, you couldn't have asked for a more fiercely contested gold medal match last week. It's the 3rd gold medal match these 2 teams have met in a row. How are the vibes Sandside?
It's just really interesting because of the wind and the conditions are definitely favouring that further side out. The side that obviously Isaac and Mark are on right now. So you're going to see it ebb and flow in this game, I feel, with this wind conditions. It's now about 20 kilometres an hour, quite consistent. So the jump serve's going to really come into play.
Yeah, and for the first time, it's really pushing more from one end to the other. As you say, Greg, it's tended to push at the very worst on a diagonal, but mainly across that court coming off the water. And for the 3rd time in this set, the door is slammed at the net by Isaac Carraher. Margin back to 2 points.
Jack Pearce just trying to try his own hand at a little jump set there, and just getting a little bit tired and a little bit flat for Paul Burnett, not able to access all the court that he wants to.
This time, Paul Burnett just barges through the door, kicks it in, and plants it on the sand. 10-7 in this all-Aussie affair gold medal match. First stop of 24 on the Futures Tour this year for the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour. Oh, desperate one-handed dig to keep that in play. Carraher just couldn't get the finish. Pearce can. What a rally.
So going the way that time of Mark and Isaac. So just a little bit too tight, you know. Jack going for that.
Little net touch, was it?
Oh, I think it was Jack going for that attack. Isaac was just, you know, there to put enough pressure on, but, you know, Jack wasn't able to get enough of a touch to actually get it over the net, and then it's come back into him. So 2 contacts technically in a row.
That's well watched by Paul Burnett. It's long off the Isaac Carraher serve. So heading to New Zealand next week and then back in Australia for the 3rd stop in Coolangatta off the back of the Australian World Championships. You'd expect both these 2 teams to be at the pointy end of that weekend as well. 11-9 now in favour of Paul and Jack, but it's an arm wrestle in the first set as we expected. This Beach Pro Tour Futures events, they play a key role in providing opportunities for the up-and-coming teams, and they're a stepping stone to the Challenger level events. And after the Challenger level events, Max, you start to push up to the Elite 16s, and that's what it's all about at the moment for an Australian point of view. Thomas Hodges and Zach Schubert ranked 12th in the world, and of course, on the women's side, we are so well served by 2 of the very best in the world in Maria Fayetacho del Solar and Taliqua Clancy.
Yeah, Elite 16 are where, you know, it's those top 16 ranked teams in the world, you know, going against each other, and, you know, that's where all the big points, the big prize money, that's all there, you know, to win. You know, if you were comparing it to, you know, tennis, Elite 16 is your Grand Slam. And then, you know, as you go down, it's just, you know, you're dropping down in those sort of, you know, levels. So, was it below just like a Grand Slam? It's just like a ATP Cup?
Tour event.
Yep. Yeah, so then like a challenge would be ATP Tour, and then, you know, future would be
the Challenger Tour
yeah,
of the tennis.
Challenger Tour.
There you go. I'll see where you're going with it.
You got your 3 different like levels of it, and, you know, you're doing your best as a team to try and push up to make into the, you know, the next event, the qualifier of the Challenger, the qualifier of Elite 16.
Oh, Isaac Carraher again as that ball just ping-pongs around at the net. Oh, off balance, falling away, drilling it down. Big point from Isaac Carraher. It was a scramble at the net.
That set right there from Mark is exactly what I'm talking about with the game. So of making sure that they're trying to really play with the blocks. So you know, you saw Paul full commit block on a set. That's because Mark sold it so much that he was going to go up for that attack, and then just a quick set across there to Isaac Carraher. As we're just seeing a challenge on that baseline call there.
So our referees, Jaden Norsworthy from Australia and Jamie Salvin from Scotland. So Mark and Isaac challenging the call. What they thought was a clean ace. Let's have a look. That was the point preceding. So the original call is going to stand.
Sounded like Mark believed that they looked at the wrong ball mark.
Into the net, so they get the point back. So maybe that's a little of the beach volleyball gods.
You heard the call from Isaac and Mark. Ball don't lie.
Well, it certainly doesn't when it goes into the net. Now Mark on serve. Jack gets up, but Isaac drops it down. 13-12, they've got a lead back. what we expected this, especially opening set, to be, is swings and roundabout, big shifts in momentum. In fact, that's an error from Jack Pearce. He just plunged that into the net to give away the lead. And this time it is the blocking prowess and power of Isaac Carraher, who rises up and repels Jack Pearce.
Yeah, I think that knee's looking pretty good for him at the moment. That was a great block, just getting nice and high over the top of that hit.
They take a timeout. Let's have a listen in to Isaac and Mark.
Yeah, I'm just sitting in that back door for this now, and then I'm ready for the 2 balls back to you. I agree. Keep focusing on that serve, huh? We hit that all day. It's opening up the game for us. Let's take a couple with us now then, yeah?
So you can hear there that they're just talking about be ready for that 2-ball attack to come from the side out of Paul and Jack. And just it's awesome to be able to listen to what they're talking about. When they go into a timeout. It's making sure these are the things that are working in our side out, and the next thing that they have to do is they're going to go out and serve and defend. So they're talking about defensively, what do we got to focus on right now? What's that next point for us going to look like?
Well, they train and play a lot against each other, these two teams. Isaac Carraher is putting his stamp on this game, and it's coming off the back of big defensive stops at the net.
So unfortunately for Paul and Jack, they couldn't hear that Mark and Isaac were looking out for that 2-ball attack as we get another one.
This time, Jack Pearce gets the cut and gets the spike to drop. Margin back to just 2 points, but there's a great scene in the movie Rounders, Max, where Matt Damon's character says once you spot another man's towel, you'll just go on and bleed him dry all night. At the moment, Isaac and Mark have essentially spotted the tell of what Paul and Jack are trying to do, and they're cashing in. So the tactical win at the moment is going to Mark and Isaac, and that's why they've got this 2-point lead. But that momentum can change at any point, and it does there. They just caught both going the wrong way in 2 minds. The corridor opens up, and Paul Burnett buries it down the middle. 1-point game at the moment. It's a 2-point game again. That caught the tape. There's no overruling that one. He has got a vicious finish on him, Mark Nicolaides. The serve as well, but when he gets open sand, it finds it in quick time. So he leaps into the serve. Well handled by Jack Pearce. That was coming in hot. Into the antenna, I reckon that was, and after a quick little consultation between the 2 umpires, the points go to Isaac and Mark, and their lead is back out to 3 points.
Yeah, the set there from Paul Burnett, just a little bit quick and wide out of his hands, and just Jack Pearce not able to cut it off before, as you said, it goes into that antenna.
Oh, a little bit of a let. Helps out maybe a fraction, but he got a full wind up into that spike, Jack Pearce, and he punished it. (17-15). Well covered in the backcourt by Jack Pearce, and into the hands and out from Isaac Carraher. He could not fend that back. There's a couple of key points, clutch points, won by Jack Pearce, and it's 17-16. A chance to level it up here. He targets Mark. Oh, it was put back into play, but it ricocheted back to Isaac, and he grinds it down off balance, falling away. Mark Nicolaides points with 2 fingers to Isaac Carraher and says, that is the man right there. And he has been in this first set.
Just a great little one-hand little cover on that, and just turn around, find some great angle there. And this time
see that. Isaac going down. He's okay though.
Yeah, it's just Isaac just trying to get to the net, you know, to cover that 2-ball, not getting there quick enough, and you know, just trying to dodge the net as he was going through unsuccessfully.
1 point the lead. Every time they've got away, Paul and Jack have reeled him back in. Oh, that was a statement spike from Isaac Carraher. He speared that down into the backcourt. Every time he's letting out that bellow as he's falling back to the sand. He is up and about this week, Isaac Carraher. Played through injury last week in the penetration and the vicious dip on the serve of Nicolaides causing some chaos as it veers off the forearms and out of play, sets up a set point for the #1 seeds. It goes long. They save one.
You can see Mark just going for the baseline on that one and just trying to, both players just, you know, keep them both on their toes.
Oh, what about the late swerve on that serve? Oh, delicate, deft. He dropped it in the smallest of holes between the 2 defenders. And they claim the first set, and what a way to bring it up. It was Isaac's set. A lot of the key moments belonging to him. Only fitting that he finishes it. And they get the all-important first. 21-18. But you got the feeling in that set, Max, that it could have gone either way, and that's what we'd expect between these 2 teams. Not a whole lot separates them.
No, it was always going to be the case as well when you've got 2 teams, 4 guys who are always training with each other, and you know, every day they're in the same environment. They've, you know, played each other, you know, 3 finals, you know, 2 national tours, and now this, you know, futures event in a row. You know, they've got plenty of experience playing one another, and so they know each other's tendencies so well. So it's always going to be a tough game and a tight game that they're going to play.
When you look back at their 2023, I reckon they would have been disappointed with the year that they had. They had 1 top 10 finish, 4 top 20s, 33rd at the World Championships. But in their first year together, they had 7 top 10s in World Tour events. They took gold at Coolangatta, and they were 9th at the World Championships in their first year. Oh, how is that for an ace from Mark Nicolaides? Do you want to make a statement to start the second set? He says, yes, I do, and here's how I'll do it. 1-0. So I reckon this year, when they've got a gold, a silver, and they're into another gold medal match, they couldn't have really asked to start this season off and this year off in better fashion. Max?
Yeah, and I think it's always going to happen a little bit when you're, you know, fresh onto the tour as they were, and you know, it was their first season a couple of years ago on the World Tour, and you know, they kind of came on and were taking, you know, tournaments by storm, and has a little bit to do with there was no vision on them. There's no gameplay, and they were playing really well, and then, you know, more and more gameplays out there, so teams are starting to get a more set game plan of how they're going to go out and stop these guys, and then a little bit of expectation on their side also starts to come in, and that adds its own pressure and stress into it. And you know, so it's all about how well these boys are going to take on that pressure, you know, the pressure that they're putting on themselves to go out and perform, and also the pressure that they'll be getting on from the coaches and, you know, from higher up management as well, about needing to go out, perform, especially go out and qualify a second spot for the Olympics.
It is a high quality game of beach volleyball unfolding before our eyes, and both teams landing a couple of big blows in this second set, leveling it up at 2-2. The wind-up and the finish from Jack Pearce. That was fierce. Error on serve, though. And it's 3-2, Carraher and Nicolaides. All Aussie affair in this gold medal match. Well covered by Nicolaides in the back court, and he just chose violence. Went straight at the body of Paul Burnett and said, deal with this, and Burnett couldn't. 4-2.
Nicolaides just has an absolute whip of an arm. You just see him get up there, and then in a split second, he's just cracked it cross court off of the body of Paul Burnett.
In the background, Jana Milutinovic and Steph Fayesh warming up. The women's gold medal match coming up after this. Oh yeah, that was an easy kill for Isaac Carraher, and they've got their biggest lead of the set. 3 points it is at the change of ends, 5-2. Not panic stations by any means for Paul and Jack, Max, but what needs to change for them if they're going to try and get on top of in this set and send it to a third?
Well, they're just going to have to start being able to, it's a tough ask as well to do, is control their pass off of this tough serve from both Mark and Isaac here. A lot easier said than done. You get an easy point there with a service error from Mark, but being able to control that pass so they can really set up their attack is going to be a huge thing for them, because if they're attacking at that highest point, they're going to be able to go over the top or, through the top of that block from Isaac. It's, when they start to drop that shoulder or really start to wait on that hit, that's when Isaac's right there. And we've seen he's got 5 blocks, I'm pretty sure, in this game already. As soon as they're waiting just that little bit too long, it's game over.
And now they're getting creative too. You see the jump set at the net for Isaac Carraher. Paul Burnett puts it long. Everything at the moment, Greg Jury, going the way of the #1 seeds, and they've got a 4-point lead here, and they're in a real flow at the minute.
The energy from Mark and Isaac is outstanding. They're right behind each other. They're bringing everything they can. It's just great to watch.
Against the flow, Paul Burnett gets one to drop. But at the moment, it's got that feel that you can't hold back the tide, and they're riding the wave at the minute. Isaac and Mark. Silver last week on this very sand. They got the first set in the gold medal match here, and just spearing that down into the sand is Mark Nicolaides, who's had some clean kills in this set, Max.
It's just such a hard swing to really track because his arm is just so quick and just snaps across his body that you really need to make sure that you, as a blocker, you're up trying to take away at least one option. And then your defender, ideally, is going to be sitting in that second.
Just didn't attack that in the air. On balance, it seemed, Isaac Carraher on that occasion, and there was no real avenue with the defence at the net, and in the end, put it straight into the net. 8-5. Chance for Jack Pearce now to start stringing some points together, and that will not help with that wind that's now starting to swirl around a little bit, Greg. If I'm having a look at those flags, it's changed again, has it?
Staying consistent, maybe just dropped off a little bit, but it's really funny. The gust is there, it comes up right now, it's picking up once again just as Isaac's going to the baseline. You could just tell by the boys the way that Mark and Isaac are walking. They're just walking with such a strut and confidence at the moment. It's quite intimidating.
Oh yeah, they're in complete control of this one, and even when there's some openings, they're just not able to seize those opportunities at the moment, Paul and Jack, and timeout's called. They've got a 10-5 lead. It's their biggest lead of the set. It wasn't quite panic stations earlier, Max. Is it starting to get that way for Paul and Jack at 10-5 in the second, down 1?
A little bit. It's a little bit panic stations, and it's mostly just because you don't want that lead to continue, and just hold or grow at all. Like that swing there from Jack, really good swing. He got up high, hit deep, and he's probably just missed that baseline. That would have been really close. But unfortunately, he's at the point now where any of those points that's just missing, those hits are just going long, are only going to get Mark and Isaac closer to that gold medal point. And so it's something that Paul and Jack really need to find a way that they can, play almost a little bit, safer, not changing their game style, but, maybe bringing their hits a little bit further in and just trying to go off the top of Isaac's block a little bit more rather than trying to go over the top or around it.
This time they're able to burst through the defensive barrier that's been Isaac Carraher. 10-6, Paul Burnett to serve. And that's well long. So every time they just put a halt to the freight train, they're able to get rolling again. 11-6, it's a 5-point lead. Mark Nicolaides to serve. Oh, and that's gone wide as well. So even when those open looks are there, they're just not able to finish them off. He had a lot of sand from available to send that to, and he just overshoots on that occasion. Paul Burnett, it's 12-6, biggest lead of the set. Mark Nicolaides gives them one back, going wide on the outside.
Mark and Isaac are in this nice position now where they're able to play with, real freedom and, go for their serve, and, they know that all they have to go and do out here is just side out. Just like that, side out, first time of asking, and they can go out here and, it doesn't matter if they don't win any points defensively, from here. So, potentially we're going to see Mark and Isaac really go for their serve, just see if they can rack up some aces potentially. Isaac might put a little bit easier in to see how many blocks he can, try and get in this game, but they're not reliant on it.
It was all guile at the net on that occasion from Mark Nicolaides. Now he's getting down low to get this one up high. Couldn't beat the backcourt defender on that occasion. Isaac Carraher has said time and time again, you're not going to bring it in my house.
I also don't want to run up and down there. I want to run straight.
And he says it again. And he says it louder than he has before. And the big bellow.
Isaac is just on an absolute storm with his blocking game today. I feel like I've potentially missed even a couple here. I think he's at 6, potentially 7 blocks already, so far at the second technical timeout of this game. Just a huge game as a blocker to have, in only 1.5 sets. And
it is the beautiful part of beach volleyball when it is the quintessential defence into attack, when you can score off your defence. I mean, what a luxury and what a weapon that is.
Yeah, and it's, as a blocker as well, it's something that, for me, it was the best part of, a point. I thought it was better than getting a huge kill, on attack or an ace. It's just, your whole job is to go up and just stop that other team. They're expected really to win that point 8 times out of 10. If you can go out and get that block, and if it's a huge one as well, it can be demoralising.
Against the flow, Paul and Jack get one back, and it was a perfectly orchestrated point too. Can that spark them up, get them back into this contest? That took a deflection off Isaac Carraher. So a couple of points in a row. They cut the margin back. So they've come out of the timeout and scored well. Greg, how do they keep that going, Paul and Jack, to your right?
Well, doing what Paul's doing right now, just jump serving aggressively, trying to find a way to put pressure on that pass, because at the moment, Mark and Isaac's setting game and passing game is on. They are just on fire, and now they're just finding ways, as Max alluded to, with the block and the defensive plays from Mark as well, and Isaac's blocking. It's just been fantastic to watch. So pressure on the serve is the only way these boys are going to get back in this.
Oh, that was vicious from Jack Pearce. That was a missile. And it just touches the tape. They trail by 5. They trail by 6. He just bullied his way through the Burnett defence then, did Isaac Carraher. 16-10, they reassert their dominance. It's been pretty much one-way traffic since about halfway through the first set. Oh, yes. Deft touch. What a lob from Jack Pearce.
The call was out from Isaac, but Jack just able to find the tape and find the court there.
They're gutsing it out. Oh, the Superman dig there from Isaac Carraher. And he cannons that in to Paul Burnett for a huge point, a statement point. 17-11 in the gold medal match, second set. Isaac Carraher got through the gold medal match last week in the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour gold medal match on one leg. They went down in that. A week later, he is the dominant force on the sand in the rematch in this Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour event, the Futures Tour. What a way to get it started. Stop one. Just couldn't quite get the angle that we're used to seeing him orchestrate there, Mark Nicolaides. And a couple of points in a row for Burnett and Pearce. The margin back to 4, so not done with yet in this set or in this match. They need to go on a run. And they won't be able to. Instead of trying to blast his way through, Mark Nicolaides just dropped it like it was hot over the top.
Just Mark showing that, you know, he doesn't just have that whiffy explosive arm as well, that he has that, you know, nice little soft touch as well, and, you know, can really freeze a defender.
Was that the play? Was that the play from Jack Pearce? Was it worth maybe just getting that up in the air again and giving Jack a look, Max? It's all easy in hindsight, of course, and from where we sit, but they're just 2 points away now from a straight sets win. Clever on that occasion. That was the right option from Jack Pearce. A little set to catch them unawares. Oh, no.
Yeah, no, that was a cheeky little play. Just going with the,
yes, it was.
The set over the net.
So sorry, I just thought for a moment when I saw the score that something else had gone on there. But 19-14 off the hands. Was there a touch on that from Paul? Yes, there was. And they've got their hands to their hearts as the umpire just quickly corrects the signal. Yeah. I love the camaraderie. It's fierce competition between these two teams, but they congratulate each other. They've got genuine care when the other falls and when there might be a potential injury in this all-Aussie encounter, as one match point is saved. 52 teams descended on Mollymook. 75th game we're watching right now with one to come. What an advertisement for this incredible sport. It's only fitting that Isaac Carraher seals it with a sizzling spike as their sizzling summer continues. Straight sets win in the gold medal match. They flipped the script from last week on this very same sand. It's their second gold in their last 3 tournaments. They're on a heater at the moment. Isaac Carraher and Mark Nicolaides claim gold on stop 1 of the Futures Series of the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour. 21-18, 21-15 over Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce. The 1 seeds trounce the 2 seeds.
They get revenge from their result last weekend, but it's so hard to go past that blocking display there from Isaac Carraher. He was an absolute monster at the net, and then made it easy for Mark at the back just to shoot around and pick up everything else.
Well, let's get downstairs. Greg Jury's on the sand with Mark Nicolaides and the Great Wall of Carraher, our gold medal winning team.
Well, boys, congratulations. Gold, and what a game. You just steamrolled them then. It was fantastic to watch. The quality was intense. You must have loved it.
Yeah, absolutely appreciate it. We knew they were going to bring out a battle. We know each other so well. We've played at least 100 times already this year, so we knew they were going to bring it, and I'm really happy to get the job done.
Now, Mark, your energy then, I felt it from the sidelines, mate. You really, really embraced this. What does it do to manufacture that organically, or is it something you try and bring to the game?
No, I think it's just we don't get opportunities like this with, the grassy hill, all the people here surrounding the court. Just makes it really fun and exciting for us. I think that's where the energy came from. It was like a third person on the court with us today.
Now, Isaac, Sam back at the studio was saying you're the Great Wall of Isaac in that game. 7 blocks in total, mate. Knees obviously feeling pretty solid now, and you're jumping pretty high.
Oh, no, it makes my job easy when Mark breaks their system like that. He did an incredible job on serve today.
Yeah, there's no doubt the service pressure was on for you today, mate. A couple of great aces, in particular that line one you got. You must have been happy with that.
Yeah, I think that's something we practice back home, and then I think it's the opposite. When Isaac's making blocks like that, it gives me the freedom to go back and explore our game. And yeah, I just got to play free because he was winning us the game.
Well, that's awesome work, guys. Congratulations. Fantastic result for both of you. Well done.
Appreciate it. Cheers. Thank you.
Can't wipe the smiles off the dials of Isaac Carraher and Mark Nicolaides, and as complete a performance, Max, as you'll see, and these are the highlights of the second and deciding set.
Both of them seem to just trying to out-humble each other as well right there.
Yes.
At the end, just trying to heap all the praise on each other. But it was a really good team effort there by Mark and Isaac. Isaac at the net was so strong. It was making it so hard for Paul and Jack just to find any way around him. And then Mark was doing such a good job getting touches out there in defense, and that's what really created a lot of these errors. Was Paul and Jack were just trying to find somewhere where they weren't going to get blocked, get a touch off the block, or get dug, which unfortunately for them was outside of the court.
Well, now the fascinating thing is going to be for Paul and Jack is that they've figured out your game plan. We've heard it firsthand. We got the exclusive as we were listening to them at the timeout. They know how Jack and Paul want to play. They've figured out their tell, as we said before. So these two teams are going to meet again, we know, over these Futures Tours and the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour. There's the Australian Championships coming up in a couple of weeks in Coolangatta. So now the onus is back on them tactically to find a way.
Yeah, well, I think, for Mark and Isaac, I think they're off to Brazil very shortly, and so there's a challenger event in Brazil that they'll be off to. But for Paul and Jack, they have that opportunity of being able to come back. They'll be playing at the Coolangatta Futures and the Oz Champs as well, so they have that opportunity to come back and bounce back from it has been a great tournament for them, but unfortunate result and not something that they would have wanted to end on.
75 games of beach volleyball since Thursday. We've got one more to come, the 76th and final of this incredible event from magnificent Mollymook, the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour, the Futures Series event, first stop of 24 this year, and our final match will be the women's gold medal match. Don't go anywhere. Even the Dolphins are coming to have a look. Hopefully you'll stick around and do the same. Absolutely spectacular scenery that surrounds Mollymook on the south coast of New South Wales, and what a location it's been. It's seen elite level beach volleyball for the last couple of weeks, the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour, and now the first stop of the Futures Series of the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour. 52 teams, 28 men, 24 women's teams. 75 matches. We've got 2 teams remaining, 1 match to come. It is the women's gold medal match on your Super Sunday of beach volleyball. It is the number 3 seeds in Steph Fayesh and Jana Milutinovic, ranked 66th in the world. The Aussie team up against the Japanese pairing of Suzuka Hashimoto and Rika Murakami, ranked 62 in the world. The 3 seeds versus the 7 seeds. That's how they got there. Max, this is a replay of what we saw in the gold medal match last week on this sand in the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour. So can the Japanese combo get one back on the rising stars of Australian beach volleyball?
Yeah, well, last weekend, saw a really strong game by Steffi and Jana. Came out, always looked like it was really in their wheelhouse. And, watching the 2 teams play through that, semi-final, obviously Steffi and Jana coming up against Georgia and Jazz. They had a hard-fought 2-setter, and, so did Japan. Suzuka Hashimoto and Rika Murakami had to go the long way, dropped that first set against USA. But that second and third set from Japan, they looked on another level that I hadn't seen them playing at in the games that I've watched them. And so leading up into this gold medal match, I really think that they've got a good firing chance at being able to get revenge on these Aussies.
Well, they had to do it the hard way, but they'll take so much confidence out of that comeback from a set down to get into this gold medal match. And Suzuka Hashimoto is sand side with Greg Jury.
Suzuka, I know this is a big game for you, gold medal game. You must get a little few butterflies.
Yes, butterflies.
Now, the windy conditions, a little bit different to this morning. Do you just go a little bit more aggressive? Is that the game plan?
Yeah, so this competition, my team theme is never give up, so we try.
I love that. What a great work, and good luck today. Fantastic result for you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Big thanks to Suzuka Hashimoto for giving us some of her time before this gold medal match. These two have played 19 events together, and since 2021 have been top 10 in 7 World Tour events. So they've certainly been a consistent combination, and they're on the podium again. It's just a matter of what medal. This team, though, have been the real highlight of the Australian summer so far. They're the 3rd-ranked Australian side, but they are on the up with a bullet. Jana Milutinovic is downstairs with Greg Jury.
Jana, I know you must be more nervous about the interview than you are the gold medal game.
Yeah, definitely trained to play volleyball and not for interviews, so yeah.
But let's be honest, you've done a terrific job to get to this game. You're playing amazing volleyball. But let's talk about the conditions quickly. A bit windier than it was this morning. So what is the plan of attack for today?
Yeah, definitely a bit windier than this morning. Something we need to consider on the court, but still play our game and stick to our plan.
Good stuff, mate. All the best out there today.
Thank you.
It's been a sensational summer from the team of Fayesh and Milutinovic. They claimed silver in Geelong for the first stop of the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour, and they've gone gold since, and they've knocked off the 2nd highest ranked team in Australia again in the semi-finals this week, as they've been doing in gold medal matches over the Australian summer. They are a really exciting proposition, ranked 62nd in the world, so they're only 12 spots away now from Georgia Johnson and Jazzy Fleming in the world rankings, and there would probably not a whole lot separating them in the Australian rankings either. They're really piling on the pressure as they surge up the ranks, Max.
Well, they've only played the 4 tournaments together. While they've both played, a few more, individually and with other partners. It's something that they're still a young team as well in together, and this is their year of going out and playing on the World Tour and in the futures events. Their whole idea is for these guys is to be making semi-finals, consistently, and at the moment they're one step beyond that. So anything that is coming now is all little bonuses, and of course they're going to want to go and win that gold. But for them, this year is all about building for the future. Paris he's going to be out of touch and he's going to be too far gone for, for Steffi and Jana to go for. But, turn around and, it might be weird to say, but LA isn't that far away. Like, especially when you're someone who's working in 4-year cycles, and that's how you're consistently doing it. LA isn't far away at all.
After the Australian champs last year in Coolangatta, they actually came together and they won the World Tour event in Coolangatta after that. And since then, what they've been able to do since becoming a combination, well, they were fifth, and then 9th in the World Championships in the under-21. So they've come together and in very quick time have formed a really, really potent and successful combination. And in this Australian summer, they've claimed gold twice.
Yeah, so we've been Steffi playing the world champs. With I think it was Steffi playing with Jasmine Fleming.
It was, sorry, yeah,
for those world champs. So both having some nice results, getting 5th at futures events and everything, but actually coming together and playing with each other. They've really started to find their groove, and it's really good to see. And I know talking with their coaches as well, Margot and Josh, that they're really on the rise at the moment. Have been really stepping up, and they've really found some good strong service as well.
So Team Japan serving first. That's a good start. Rika Murakami drilling that one down the corridor to get the first points for the Japanese combination.
And something to watch out for in this gold medal match here is Rika's ability just to be seemingly everywhere along that backcourt.
Desperate rally, could have gone either way. The net lent a hand in the end, but it's 2-0 Japan. And we saw this in the early stages of the gold medal match last week, Max, that Japanese team wanted to really sort of make it an off-tempo sort of affair.
Yeah, the Japanese are just going to, they'll control the ball as much as they can, and they'll really be trying to make sure that they're playing how they want to play, and they want to see if they can force Steffi and Jana into playing into their hands. And if they can get Steffi and Jana to change their game style to fit them, then Japan have got the upper hand, where Steffi and Jana need to make sure that they're keeping with their game plan. Their game style doesn't change for who they're playing against.
Just couldn't quite get that to drop back over Jana Milutinovic. 3-1, Suzuka and Rika. But this young team, 19 years of age, Steph Fayesh, who you say often that she plays in a manner that well beyond her years, and Jana at 22 years of age, it's a really exciting time for Australian beach volleyball, and these guys are at the sort of forefront of that next wave that are coming through. And with the support that the sport's now getting through Hancock and the funding that's there to be able to focus on being full-time athletes, the sky's the limit, you feel, for these two.
As that swing there from Suzuki just goes long. Yeah, of course, it's something that we've never had really as beach volleyball in Australia is, we've got that 2032 Olympics coming up, and so it's something that Volleyball Australia were like, well, we can focus now on 3 Olympic cycles in a row, and so they've really been able to invest in young players like we have here, with a great service ace there by Jana, just nice serve flat through to the middle, and you've got both Suzuka and Rika just crossing over and creating that ace there. But they've been able to focus in so much on that junior level. We've got such a good crop of young women coming through at the moment. We're all fighting against each other that, they've potentially moved their timelines up a bit.
They've won 3 out of the last 4 points to open up a 1-point lead. And what about the dip and swing on the Milutinovic serve? Makes it 5-3, and they're into their work now and looking pretty comfortable.
And you've got that ace, which you've got, serving into the wind as well. So they're now at the wind's died down a bit more, but still a bit more of the preferred end down there. And then the one before was just pure just strength. And then got the net touch there by Steffi, just trying to get up and, you know, put up a one-handed block, but ends up into the net as well.
I was going to say, how about the recovery from Jana into the net first time and then cleaned up her own work the second, or off her own hands, I should say. And just the net touch, just over-committing slightly was Steph. Now Rika on serve for Japan. They just trail by one. Wonderful defence. There was a little opening, but it wasn't there long. Time to perfection from Suzuka Hashimoto, the most experienced player on the court, 30 years of age. And that was a wicked serve, and good luck handling that. She showed that last week in the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour gold medal match and all throughout the tournament in the lead-up, that she's got a really hot serve. And they've got the lead back, but it's short-lived, 6-all.
So very nearly would have been a 2-point advantage there to Japan, but Jana just able to find that baseline there. You know, didn't look like they really, you know, deserved to win that point, but they found a way to get it. Followed up with a great serve by Steffi, just Suzuka not able to control it. So already the serve seems to be, you know, the way that each team are trying to break each other down. We've already had 5 aces now. Another great serve.
So they just reassert a little bit of control on this first set. 8-6. They lead. Steph Fayesh to serve. Just heaved back over from Rika. Oh, again, the roadblock in the form of Suzuka Hashimoto. 8-7.
Only just into our third end of play for this gold medal match, and Suzuka's already racked up 3 blocks of her own.
Nine 9-7 now, 2-point lead. Reinstated. She was the first Japanese player in the combination back then to win gold at a FIVB event, was Suzuka Hashimoto in Phuket with Sayaka Mizo. 10-7, 3-point lead.
Jana racks up another ace. That's her 3rd ace so far. Just a great little shot over the block there by Rika.
Seeing this on the replay, that's all the smarts in the world. Knew that she did not have the height advantage. So just found a way through. 11-8 now, a 3-point lead again for the Aussies. Looking to make it 3 golds in their last 3 tournaments. Oh, the net helps out on that occasion. Oh, that's just buried by Suzuka. 11-9.
Just finding a way to get past that block there of Jana Milutinovic. Jana would be pretty upset with herself, not just dropping that inside hand just that little bit, and probably would have been a rather big stuff block, but Suzuka finds a way through.
Oh, through the hands and just got it down. So that will be the technical timeout as we reach 21 combined points, and a good opportunity to head down to the president of Volleyball Australia. Craig Carraher is with Greg Jury. Greg?
Yeah, Craig, obviously, big question right now, mate, is where were you during Isaac's gold medal game?
Yeah, it's a lot easier to watch him when he's playing that well and when Mark's playing that well. But what's really good is watching two Australian teams go gold and silver. And Jack and Paul are great players, beat the boys last week. So it was a little nerve-wracking at the start, but I warmed into the game.
Yeah, awesome, mate. Well, they played amazingly. But now, what goes into the preparation of the World Championships that we're about to have next year in Adelaide? You know, an amazing opportunity for Australia beach volleyball.
Yeah, first time that we've been able to get this event even into Asia. So we're pretty excited. It's a big effort. South Australian government, fantastic. We hope the feds get on board and everyone in volleyball's got right behind it. So get down to Adelaide. Think about Memorial Drive. November next year, World Championships. It doesn't get any better.
Good on you, mate. Well, I'm expecting a couple of VIP tickets, mate. So thanks for your time.
Always, thanks.
Very cheeky, but I don't blame you. Greg Jury with the president of Volleyball Australia, Craig Carraher, and proud dad as well as his son Isaac and his playing partner Mark took gold for the men's side of the draw.
And just to fill everyone in with the little cheeky inside joke that Greg was referring to there is something that Craig loves to do when Australia is playing in something. He always ends up in a car park because he's too stressed to watch it, and if it's tight, he'll just find a car park and he'll chuck his phone on and watch it via that. But as he said, with how well Isaac was playing, I think his stress levels weren't too high, so he was able to watch it courtside.
It's a great rally unfolding here and a great insight from you. Off the hands, desperation from Rika. This is an extraordinary rally unfolding, and it's finished with an exclamation mark from Jana. 14-9, it's the biggest lead they've had. Starting to separate in this first set now, the Aussies.
Just as we were talking about how well the guys played beforehand, Steffi and Jana have really stepped it up here as they've forced the Japanese into taking a timeout, 14-9.
What a win that is for beach volleyball in Australia to get that World Championships next year in Adelaide. I know as a South Australian and Adelaide boy, Max, you'd be very proud that your hometown is going to host the biggest beach volleyball event of the year.
Yeah, just noting down November, so I'll make sure that I've got that time off. You know, hopefully.
Surely there's an ambassadorial sort of role for you there if you're not commentating it.
Yeah, hopefully it's in some sort of role attached with it. That's me. Hint, hint, putting my name out there.
Right.
But yeah,
Greg's
no.
asking for VIP tickets. You're asking for an ambassador role.
Yeah, awesome to see for it to, be in Australia. And as Craig said, first time into Asia, which I didn't even know that part. But awesome that to see how it's starting to really bring a lot of these big events down into Australia, following on from some rather large events through other sports as well.
And it probably speaks to the progression of the sport. I mean, an international body doesn't give a world championship to a country that doesn't really contend. And we're getting great results at big events in recent years, especially. And it's being reflected in a tournament like that coming to Australian shores. 14-10, the Australian team. At the moment.
Exactly right. It's something that obviously when they'd be organising a tournament, they want to make sure that there's going to be a good environment around, and the easiest way to get that is have the host nation playing deep into the draw, and we've got those Australian teams that really have that chance to fight into those deep spots, and also it's probably with some of these other big events as well, it's put on a little bit of an example of either way. The Australians are going to rock up and they're going to show up for an event.
Lead is 5 again, just off her own hand. Oh, reflexes of a steel trap from Suzuka. And then comes up with a huge point. Cut the margin back to 4. Some of these rallies have been absolutely engrossing. This is high caliber beach volleyball that we're witnessing at the moment.
Some great overhand defense, and then I don't even know if that pun was intended, but just to cut the lead and to cut that ball was beautiful.
Lead back out to 5, and that's been the story of the first set, that they quickly got on top, Jana and Steffi, and they've given very little to their opposition. 16-11. Jana to serve. Oh, they weren't on the same page, but luckily that ball just floated long. At the change of ends, 16-12. They get a lucky break on that occasion, Suzuka and Rika, because they just stared at each other as that ball sailed past. But it sailed long. And now Rika to serve, which is always a dangerous proposition for any defence. She can get the ball to talk. Oh, look at that. Against the wind too. Oh, they jam up at the net and it doesn't fall either way. Oh, that's just speared in at the forearms and just couldn't get that back up and keep that going. Steph. So Rika rips that into the opponent.
I think Yana just getting a little bit mixed up there. She should have and could have set her partner there in Steffi, you know, after the joust. And then Rika just absolutely serving up a beautiful ace after a great swing down the throat of Steffi.
Timeout called by the Australians because Japan have won the last 3 points in a row. Margin now is just 2, and it is game on again in this first set. Elite serving from Rika Murakami, 27 years of age, from Hyogo in Japan. They complement each other really well, don't they, these two?
Yeah, and you can just see how big a difference just changing end can be. You know, they were, you know, looking a little bit out of the Australians, looking on top. You know, then all of a sudden you just swap end and they go down, and all it takes is a couple good hard serves from, you know, from Rika Murakami, and all of a sudden now Japan have all the rhythm. And as you've said, they just complement each other so well because, you know, Suzuka's a good blocker up at the net, takes out her zone, and then Murakami is just out there basically sweeping up everything else in the backcourt.
So the timeout finishes, and just feeling the pinch maybe a little, the Aussie combo. Rika to serve again. Well handled. Initially, I thought, from Steph, but that just picked up and took over, and it was just put on a platter to be killed off by Suzuka Hashimoto, and she does, and that margin now is just the solitary. Oh, just sailing wide. They'd won 4 points in a row. It was a gutsy attempt, wasn't it? And almost paid off.
Such a tough serve, and the Aussies ended up being gifted a free point there and really being let off the hook.
They lead by 2. Oh, that's a sharp dig, and then they jam up at the net and it falls in the favour of the Australians. They stem the flow. The lead is 3 again, and I reckon breathe a couple little sighs of relief. They were being pushed, and still are, by this Japanese combination, and that is a couple of crucial wins at the net from Jana Milutinovic. 19-15, a couple of points away from taking the first set. They've steadied the ship really well, Max.
Yeah, now all of a sudden you feel a little bit more comfortable. You know, they're down that less preferred end, and, you know, knowing that they're only 1 point away from going down the other end.
Can't get it to work on that occasion, so they claw a point back.
So we're going to change end. The Aussies heading down to the end. That has the wind going, you know, on and off in their favour, leading 19-16 and with the side out, so definitely with the advantage here.
Suzuka Hashimoto to serve, just off that standing start. Oh, it was set up really well for the Aussies to get up a set point, but Suzuka Hashimoto read it perfectly, rose up and repels.
Jana just doing a little bit too much there. The ball just getting a bit tight for Steffi. Just needs a little bit more space so she can find some zone around Suzuka's block, but Suzuka in that chance is too big.
Oh, incredible dig to get it back over from Rika. Soft hands on the set. Can she get the finish? You bet she can. deserved that point, no doubt. And the lead is just one now for Australia.
And just like that, momentum swings back to Japan. Rika with the great overhead defense and then just the swing through the block down the line.
Almost keeping that going again, Rika Murakami, but it falls out of play and it brings up set point for Fayesh and Milutinovic. It's been a slog. They've led by as much as 5 in this set. It was 15-10 at one point. So they've outscored them 8-5 since this combination from Japan. Oh, huge block. Set claimed. Third block late in this set from Jana Milutinovic that scored. And it scores them the first set in this gold medal match. 21-18, Max.
Huge by the girls there. Just to finish that off and get it done, you know, they'll be taken out of that end of the set that, you know, they were starting to lose a little bit. And, you know, just as Suzuka Hashimoto said in the pre-game interview with Greg, that, you know, their team motto is never give up. And they definitely didn't give up. You know, they were 5 points down there and looking out of it. And then all of a sudden they pushed back and they were, you know, really, they had all the momentum going their way for a lot of that end of the first set, but then the Australians just were able to just do enough just to finish it off.
These are the highlights of the first set, and there's plenty of those. A first set fitting of a gold medal match. In their quest for 3 straight gold medals, Steph Fayesh and Jana Milutinovic, they represented Australia as a team at the Pacific Games in 2023. We spoke through the results that they've been able to put together since they've come together as a team. And they're certainly one to be feared. And I think that this is going to be a really exciting year for them, especially with these Futures Tours events, Max. And as I said before, they're already ranked 66th in the world as a team. They concede the first point of this second set. And they concede the second. We spoke about the blocking prowess of Jana Milutinovic, but we should sing the praises of Suzuka Hashimoto because she had some very, very important moments at the net on defence that created scores herself, Max.
Yeah, early on in that first set, she was really on a roll with her block and then had a very clutch one after kind of going quite a little bit through the middle of the set and then starting off strong again.
Early break, deep and down from Rika Murakami. 3-0 Japan. Well, it's a win or go home set for them. Early timeout called by Steph and Jana. So an early shockwave in the second set, Max.
Yeah, warranted timeout as well. You know, dropping 3 points in a row to start off that second set, knowing that, you know, the Japanese were on a bit of a roll, you know, at the end of that first set, so they needed to do something to try and just cut that off.
Interesting that not a word being spoken. So that is all about stopping the momentum of the Japanese team.
Yeah, they know what they need to do, and, you know, they would have gone through the game plans and, you know, obviously playing them last weekend as well. They know how they want to go about it, and so more than anything, it's probably just about them having to refocus themselves.
So they have to win this second set to send it to a third to keep their gold medal hopes alive. Suzuka and Rika. And they couldn't have asked for a better start in this second set. They lead 3-0, and it's on the serve of Rika, who causes chaos. Oh, Suzuka again denies Jana at the net.
just Jana only really having that option where she has to go on two with that pass, just a little bit tight and out of reach for her to be able to set potentially. And Suzuka just doing a great job of getting her arms in the way.
Jana returns the favour with interest. First points for Australia in the second set. They get the serve back. They trail 4-1.
Nice little cheeky one there. You know, just the overpass, Suzuka going for that kill, and then Jana just happens to be in the right spot, get a block.
Oh, Suzuka again finds a way through the net defence and eludes the backcourt defence. 5-1. And she will serve to continue to consolidate this lead and add to it. Well judged. Like she was avoiding a bouncer on the cricket pitch. Ducking underneath that was Steph Fayesh. At the change of ends, 5-2 Japan.
Great response by Japan to come out after losing that first set. You know, to come out 5-2 end to, you know, kick things off.
Just noticed that dark clouds rolling in up ahead. Greg Jury, are we any chance of getting some rain?
Yeah, it's definitely got a lot darker, Sam, and it's but the wind's also kind of gustily at the moment. It's going on and off. Definitely right now Jana has the favoured end, and the Japanese, in particular Rika's serve, was on fire in that start of that second set. So we'll see what the Aussie girls can do here.
Thank you, Greg. Oh, closing the door the first time, but pushing it back open and sending it to the sand on the second time was Suzuka. I just need to get my dictionary out, but has Greg just invented a word there, Max? Gustily?
Yeah, you know, it's something that Victorians just tend to do.
Well, we are the most creative state.
Great swing there by Steffi Fayesh, just, you know, finding that line, very tight angle to get there, especially with the dropping blocker.
So they've clawed their way back. They trail by just 2 now after claiming the first. Oh, Suzuka has been a handful at the net, and she continues to be. In defence or in attack. All the experience in the world. They lead by 3. Low and flat the serve. Oh, that would have almost broken a knuckle. With interest from Steph Fayesh, 7-5. Australia back on serve.
Just a great swing by Steffi there, just back through the middle a bit more, and yes, you have Rika just shifting across, having to reach back across her body, trying to get a touch on that, and then Jana gives the Japanese a real easy point there. That serve was out by a fair bit.
Yeah, that was a big misfire on serve, and this is the last person you want with full of confidence and on serve. Oh, that's well done. That's very, very well done. It just felt like a key moment in the set. If you let Rika get on a roll on serve, they've been able to profit off that. They kill it off quickly to change ends, trailing by 2. That's almost the no-look spike, isn't it? She was shaping up to go to the outer side and just put it down the line. Great adjustment. Oh, showing all the variation in the world. Power, and now the placement.
And she can use her right hand as well. Yeah, going up that time with the right hand knuckle. So there's a little bit of, you know, ambidextrous qualities there to Steffi.
Great serve. Picked it up off her toenails, did Suzuka. And then Jana does what she does best, and that's defying the spike up. Oh, hang on. No, that fell out.
It looks like Jana made a great position and then just wasn't able to
I
redirect
thought it might have
that
come back
down.
off Suzuka's hand, but you just saw she was a little forlorn. So 2-point advantage to Japan. Well watched. She gives it back to Australia. They trail by just 1. They score the first 4 points of this set. Australia have outscored them since 8-5. They still have the lead though, Japan. Oh, Suzuka again. Says, you shall not pass. Gandalf style. Comes up big again, 10-8.
Interesting thing as well, I reckon it's, take those first 4 points out and, now it'd be, being outscored 8 points to 6. I'd still say the momentum is very much on that Japanese side. Yeah, it kind of feels like, the Aussie girls are hanging on to the Japanese in this instance, even though they are, they have outscored them, going through midway through that first end.
Rare mistake on serve from Rika. 1 point margin again. Just heaving it over is Steph, hoping that they can reset defensively. Suzuka has other ideas though. Gets the angle, gets the point. Gets them back out in front by 2.
An interesting landing there from Suzuka.
Looked a little proppy, didn't it?
Yeah, not quite sure if she's landed on something or if it was from her landing.
Oh, that was as if the ball had said something to insult Jana, the way she dealt with it. 11-10 at the technical timeout. Looking to wrap this up in 2 are the Aussies. But Team Japan, at the moment, have other ideas. 11-10. How are you seeing it, Max?
Pretty similar, to be honest, to how these 2 teams have played each other. Last weekend, Steffi and Jana came out, won a good first set. It wasn't quite as close to the same as how this one was, but then come into this second set, both teams were really close. I'd say even Japan had the upper hand in both ones, but coming to the tech, it was really close as well. So, for having the momentum, as I believe that the Japanese look like they do, to only be 1 point up on the Aussies, for the Australians is really, positive for them. And, the Japanese are obviously going to have to work really hard to finish it off. But Jana just not letting Rika through at all.
Just exploding up, and it veered off her arms. That's powerful stuff at the net from Jana Milutinovic. They level it up at 11-all. They've trailed all set. Oh, they trail again, threading the needle. Suzuka finding the line. Deep spike. 12-11 Japan.
Seeing the dropping blocker of Jana, or more so Jana just not getting to the net there, and Suzuka just unloads through the middle of the both of them.
She's read the defence so well in those moments. Now Steph does exactly the same thing.
It's a smart hit there by Steffi, knowing that she doesn't have to go and unload on that 2-ball, but just kind of guides that shot, off the top of the block and finds that sideline.
Oh, how good was the serve? Was doing just about everything it could in the air. And they lead for the first time in the second set. It's been a gutsy fight back. They conceded the first 4 points of the second and finally in front. Oh, that lands. A misread from Suzuka. And they call a timeout, trailing by 2. 2 brilliant serves in a row from Steph Fayesh.
just like that, the momentum is swung back to the Aussies' side, and that's just how quickly it can happen. In this instance, it's off the back of Steffi's left hand. Just those float serves. That first one just floating and dropping in front of Suzuka, and then the second one that we just saw then just dropping right at that last second and dropping just before the baseline, where Suzuka was convinced that was going to continue out long.
What a turnaround in this set it's been. They were in almost complete control, almost. But as you say, this gold medal match following a pretty similar script from last week's in the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour gold medal match. They threw everything they had at the Aussies then, only for them to find a way back. Oh, that's an extraordinary point. Down low on the lunging dive in desperation, Steph Fayesh, and then drawing the error on the spike in a blink of an eye later, 15-12.
Pretty sure this is exactly when in the game that they played last weekend, that kick happened. It was that end after kind of technical timeout. The kick happened, and then all of a sudden they started pulling away.
And what it must do from a mental point of view, although that is a quality finish, deft touch from Rika Murakami, when you think to yourself, well, we could not play any better than what we have, and yet we trail by 2.
Yeah, it's a tough thing when you're like, well, we've done everything that we can. We're playing really well, and all it takes is a few service aces, and all of a sudden we're back down.
And now all the pressure on the team from Japan. Clean touch from Steph Fayesh. What a set she's had from the halfway mark of it especially. And their biggest lead, again, 3 points. 16-13.
Well, it looks like potentially that landing early on.
Yeah, do you think that may have been more to it than we thought? Has she not moved as freely, Suzuka, since that awkward landing?
Yeah, and even just seeing the landing after that block as well.
Cleaned up off her own hand once, twice. Not a third time, but the net lends a hand. It rolls along. Almost in slow-mo. That was agonising. From one side of the net. And elation on the other. It falls in favour of Australia.
Just a split second earlier at coming off of that tape, and that falls in. But then Rika follows up with a great swing, just fighting that baseline.
That's a way to try and spark your team. Just punish one straight down the seam. Little kick of the sand just to get her fired up, slaps the ball. They trail by 3. Can they send it to a third, or to take something pretty special? Can't afford to put a foot wrong. Steel trap reflexes from Rika again. And she finds a way to barge through the roadblock of Jana. 2-point lead now for Australia. Japan's turn to mount the counter-attack.
Yeah, Rika waking up here now. She's been kind of almost kept out of it, up until now, and now she's found a way that she can impose herself in on this set.
That's the trouble she causes on serve, just unable to get underneath that and get a play on it with Steffi. Such as the swerve on the serve from Rika Murakami, and they trail by just 1 now. Oh, she might have left that, Rika. She might have left that. Does it land for Japan? It doesn't land for Australia. It's all square. It's 17 apiece. Just long from Jana.
And the Aussies have to find a way that they can try and break the momentum here, because they already used that timeout. 3-0 down in that at the beginning of this set. So with everything going against them, They need something just to reset a little bit. Potentially, that might be it. Just, you know, bit of indecisiveness by Suzuka there, not going over to block that ball, and you know, really giving Steffi just the easy ball just to tap right down.
And again, didn't try to overhit that at all. You said a few times that at 19 years of age, she plays well beyond her years. There's no rush of blood to the head there. There's just clean and surgical and calm. Oh, nothing calm about that. Just ripping through that, catching the tape of the net and getting it to go down. 18 all, they lock it up again.
As we see Rika actually going up to block here, so I think potentially there is a little bit going on with Suzuka's knee.
Fayesh again gets it to fall off the hands and down. 1 point lead, 19-18. They're oh so close now from making it 3 gold medals in their last 3 gold medal matches. What a way to start the Futures Tour of 2024. Oh, Jana Milutinovic slams the door in the face of Rika Murakami and sets up match point.
Great block there by Jana. Ball's getting a little bit tight and she was just too high and over the top of it.
Oh, that catches the tape and Japan are still alive. They save 1 match point. If they're to win the set, they need the 2-point advantage and to win the match as well. That is clutch.
In Japan, exactly who they want back there serving right now with Rika Murakami.
Oh, wow, what inspiring stuff this is from the Japan team. They save 2 match points to square it up at 20 apiece. Gutsy, gritty. Impressive. Oh, Jana goes straight at Suzuka. Her teammate there in support.
What a dig by Suzuka. Like just to pull off, and Jana really unloaded on that hit as well.
And they have set point.
Little touch.
Can you believe that? Saving 2 set points that were match points and to set up a set point of their own. And they've got it all on their terms with Rika to serve. And she's been deadly, and that's the example. Stirring stuff from Team Japan. The Aussies had 1 hand and 4 fingers around another gold medal. And Suzuka and Rika have ripped it out of their hands and says, we're not done with yet. We're going to a 3rd and final.
Just as Suzuka said, we will not give up as a team, and they definitely have not so far. It's been great to watch this game. You know, Suzuka just potentially fighting through a little bit of discomfort and pain, and then, you know, Rika, right when it was needed, exactly who Japan wanted to go back to the line to serve, you know, ends up pulling out a couple great serves, putting Australia under heaps of pressure, and then finishes that set off with that ace.
Well, this is where they started to get the momentum happening, and they started to get the set back on their terms. They conceded the first 4 points of it, and then when they got back level and they got out in front to the tune of 3 of their own, you thought, well, that's it. A gallant effort from the number 7 seeds, but again, they've just come up against a better team and a team in really good form. But to their credit, they refused to go quietly into the afternoon. And now we go to a 3rd and deciding set in this gold medal match. And here we go. And it is Rika to serve again. Can she give them the ideal start? Oh, has the fist. Just all reflex. And then rips it down through the blocker and onto the sand for the first point.
That was a great swing as well there by Steffi Fayesh as well, but it was only just eclipsed by just the better touch of Rika just to keep that ball alive, and then beautiful cut shot.
Greg, jury, can you believe what we're seeing here?
Absolutely not. The Aussie girls had the game wrapped up. It felt that way, but what an incredible momentum change we've just seen. And how's the dig from Rika on that last play? That was unbelievable. So yeah, look, I don't know what's going to happen here. It's going to be hard for the Aussie girls to recover from this.
That's a good point you make, Greg. It's a confidence knocker when you can't close it out with 2 match points. Oh, yeah. That was fired down into the corner by Fayesh, and this is a worry.
Injury, Japan.
This is a worry. I reckon we'll see an injury timeout here. It's a forlorn-looking Suzuka Hashimoto. You picked up on this about halfway through the second set. Max, I reckon it was, when she fell awkwardly.
Yeah, you could just see, just as she landed early or bit midway through that second set, when she was looking like she was just trying to balance there and just find her feet, and then
already got that knee strapped as it is.
Almost looking like it's happening mid-air as well, so it's like she already committed to landing on the ground before she even had anything going through there. Yeah, something that I was, to be honest, a little bit surprised with those Aussie girls, that almost seemed like they didn't pick up on it.
And didn't target her.
Yep,
yeah.
Didn't pick up on it, or didn't, or just dismissed it. Because, coming down to the end of that set, Rika got a few side outs, and that's, what actually caught or kept those Japanese girls in it in the end, and then Rika was able to get it on that serve. But it's another thing now where they've got those 5 minutes, assuming that hopefully that Suzuka is able to be strapped up and come out and play.
Well, the attending physician there has already got a knee brace by the looks of it. Oh, it's anguish all over the face of Suzuka Hashimoto, which makes it even more heroic, that fight back in the second set to send it to a third. And there's a hush and almost a silence, Greg, that's fallen over as the coach goes on to translate. Greg, how's it looking? You're a lot closer to Suzuka than we are.
Yeah, it's definitely on the higher kind of knee area, and she definitely landed, as you guys have stipulated earlier. It was quite poor, and then she's been struggling since. And yeah, the Japanese coach on translating at the moment, and it looks like it's an interior medial sort of area, and yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens here.
Well, in the gold medal match last week for the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour, Mark Nicolaides went down in similar circumstances and was clutching at the inside of his knee as well.
And that's game over.
Oh.
Unfortunately, we have Japan, Suzuka Hashimoto and Rika Murakami forfeiting through injury of Suzuka Hashimoto. Not how you want to finish a game off, especially after how hard fought it was to force this third set.
And you saw the reaction straight away from Steph and Jana. That's not how they want to claim gold either. So the first thing they do is go straight out to their opponents and give them some love and support, which is incredible sportsmanship from them. And our hearts are breaking too for Suzuka and Rika, because the fight back was phenomenal from them, and fighting through the pain, and just one more bad fall and Suzuka Hashimoto has decided that she can't go on, or the medical advice is that she can't go on. So that must be a serious injury to possibly the medial. But that does mean that gold medalists for the third straight tournament are the rising stars of the Australian beach volleyball ranks in Steph Fayesh and Jana Milutinovic. Gold in Cobram, gold here last week in Mollymook in the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour Series, and gold for stop 1 of 24 on the Futures Tour of this year's Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour. Greg has our gold medalists. Greg?
Yeah, Jana, Steffi, not the best way to finish a game. Like, it was such a great battle you were having out there, and Paul Suzuka with her knees gone down and sadly had to forfeit the game. But tell us, you must be stoked with the way you're playing.
Yeah, it was definitely a tough battle. Unfortunate the way that it ended, but really proud of Steffi and I over the last, not just this week, but the last 3 weeks. So yeah.
Well, that's exactly right. You've won 3 gold medal, girls. Let's put that into perspective here. That's an unbelievable result for you two. I mean, you started off with a second in Geelong, and you've come out here and you've won your next 3 gold. What has it been? Is it just time?
Oh, we've been putting in so much effort, so much hard work with our coaches, Josh and Margot. We love them so much, and we really appreciate all the effort put into our team from our team back at home at QAS as well. Yeah.
Awesome. Now you're off to Coolangatta, obviously Cooley, we know it as. What's your goals up there to continue the run, I'm sure? And what are you doing post that? What's the plan?
So actually New Zealand next week, so we'll head off in a couple of days, and then on to Cooley, and then we'll probably take a week, recharge, reset, and be ready for some more comps. We'll see what happens.
Awesome. Well, girls, congratulations. Brilliant result once again. Well done, and a gold medal. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, in less than ideal circumstances, and you can see the genuine concern there from Steph Fayesh and Jana Milutinovic, but they do claim gold after Suzuka Hashimoto goes down with a knee injury and forces her side to have to forfeit in the gold medal match, the Futures event, Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour event in Mollymook. It's 3 straight golds in a row for Fayesh and Milutinovic, and that's the women's bracket. So they beat the number 1, or the number 2 seeds at this event in Jazzy Fleming and Georgia Johnson. They claim bronze in the end against the Americans, Chacon and Whalen. And that's 2 bronze medals in a row for Fleming and Johnson, as we're well stocked in women's beach volleyball in Australia. So the Futures Tour heads to New Zealand next, Max.
Yeah, Mount Maunganui.
Mount Maunganui, and then back in Coolangatta, 15th to the 17th of March is the Australian Championships, and then a week later it will be the Futures event on the World Beach Pro Tour. So you see a lot of these teams in action again, and that's the men's draw. So gold to Mark Nicolaides and Isaac Carraher in straight sets over Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce, who beat them last week in the Australian gold medal match. And Hoppy and Shaw, the US combo, who got the job done over Banyu and Wachiruwat. Actually, you'll have to help me out with that one again.
Wachiruwat.
Chiruwat. I was getting it right all day until then. What a few days it's been from Thursday in Mollymook. Congratulations to the whole town of Mollymook. Have put on an Australian Tour event, now a World Tour event. It's been so well supported to everyone who turned up and turned out at Mollymook on the sand there. We've had 54 teams, I reckon it was. There's been 76 matches since Thursday. Culminating today in your Super Sunday of beach volleyball. So congratulations to the whole team at Volleyball Australia, to all the supporters, Hancock Prospecting. Beach volleyball is the beneficiary of all their generosity as well, and so many big events coming up. It's a crucial time of the year in an Olympic year, Max, and what a start it is to the Futures Tour as well.
A great way to start off this Olympic year, an Olympic campaign, and obviously for Aussies getting on the top step of the podium for both men and women, and it's something that we going to want to see a bit more throughout this year as well.
So, Greg Drury, you've been there since Thursday. You were there last week as well. Australia on its national stage and then on the international stage, doing a brilliant job in putting on world calibre events. You must have been rapt to be there.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Sam. I just feel the Aussie domination's been unbelievable. To win 2 gold, a silver and a bronze in this event alone is just a terrific result for the coaches and all the staff of Volleyball Australia to get these athletes ready for international performances, and it was on show today without a doubt. It was an unbelievable effort from these athletes to endure some really tough competition and come through with the trumps. And I think, you know, what a beautiful place to have beach volleyball in Mollymook. The sand's soft and extremely deep and difficult for the athletes, but they held their nerves beautifully. And it really was an attractive games to watch throughout the weekend.
And that is the beautiful part of the Futures Tour as well, Greg. It's about seeing the rising stars of international beach volleyball, including our locals here, but also too for towns like Mollymook to be able to be shown up on an international stage. Let's hope that translates into tourism dollars, because that's what keeps regional and country towns thriving and surviving. And Mollymook, I'm sure, will be at the top of a lot of people's bucket list for holiday destinations down the track.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, the Mollymook Golf Club across the road is a beautiful view, looking over this incredible bay, and the meals were fantastic. The locals were just so beautiful and kind to all of us here as visitors and guests to the region. And yeah, no, you couldn't ask a better part of the world. It is absolutely magnificent, this part of a part of the coastline.
Big thanks to you, Greg. You've done an incredible job over the last couple of weeks. We'll look forward to catching up with you again in Coolangatta. Max, wonderful to have you here, and without your expert eye, we'd be poorer for it, I reckon.
It's always great fun to come out and, you know, watch some high quality volleyball and, you know, just be able to keep one foot, you know, into the sport.
Well done to the team at Rainmaker. Well done to the team at Volleyball Australia. Well done to all the participants from all the countries around the world who have descended on Mollymook. And a big thank you to you for watching. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage. We look forward to chatting to you again in Coolangatta. Sam Hargraves is my name, Max Gurrig, Greg Jury, all the team here. We thank you for your company, and we look forward to Coolangatta for the Aussie champs and then the next stop on the Futures Tour event.
One, two, 10 players.